Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. This is day 13 of California versus Monica Sementilli. So thank you guys for joining us. If you were watching our coverage of Zachary Hughes, South Carolina, appreciate you coming over here and watching us here. If you were watching on a replay, thank you for joining us and watching us over here. So we are picking up on day 13, as I said, of California versus Monica Sementilli. For those that don't know, I will briefly describe what happened. Fabio Sementilli was a hairdresser, very famous hairdresser. He worked for Wella, and then Procter & Gamble bought them. He would go around the country and do events and shows for the for hair products, beauty, fashion industry. And Monica, while Fabio was away, Monica went out and played. So they had two wonderful daughters who were like 17 and 19. And Monica got herself involved in an affair with a gentleman named Baker, Robert Baker, and Baker enlisted this other guy, Chris Austin, and they came over and they stabbed Fabio about 5, 6 times. Monica is claiming she knew nothing about it. It was all Baker's idea, Baker's doing. She had nothing to do with it. The state is saying that she did all for insurance, that she stood to gain like $1.6 million in insurance from Fabio. So that's where we are right now. So who is with us? Who came over with us? Dreamer Landry, you are always the first. Dreamer Landry, you are always the first. Missy Russell, hello. Carol O'Neill, Britt, good to see you. Carol, Mel Stiller, thank you. Ahimsa, glad you joined us. Trial Junkies United, Pammy, good to see you. Elizabeth G, hey, this is now my go-to channel for trial watching. Best host, best mods, best chat. Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth G. Oh, we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Therapist, you didn't destroy property. The portal worked. Very good. Sherry Segretti. Now I hope Squeegee won't be singing happy birthday songs. Nope. That's a hard line in the sand. Not going to happen. Don't worry about that. Butterfly Dana, Missy Russell. Awesome. So glad you guys can make it. Julie, everybody okay? Any lost items? Hopefully not. Julie BME, just shows to go ya. So good to see you guys. Britt, thank you. Probably giving Super Ball another treat. Yep. Here's my trusty sidekick, Super Ball, hanging tough. She's barely moved since the last trial. Gina Farley, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Seagate One, hey, how are you? Ashley, hola, good to see you guys. Mel Stiller from South Carolina to California. No wonder my best typing finger was lost somewhere. Nice. Snoozer Super Ball. Yep, there you go. Elizabeth G, Squeegee of Justice. All right, thank you guys. All right, let's get started. They started at 12:30. They started at 12:30 their time. So we are a little behind, so we can zoom. We're going to do some zooming. So let's get to it. Nope, don't want that. Stop that with that. All right. Let me get my act together here. All right, Monica Thumb. Chris Cam, put myself over here. Yeah, I guess that's good enough, right? Okay. All right, so day 13, California versus Monica Sementilli.
I want to apologize for starting late. I am told by Esther that you are one of the few on-time juries in the history of this building. I want to thank you. I'm sorry you had to wait. This is not the only case I have. There was another case I had to do this morning. A lot of lawyers getting everybody together, and so actually it's Esther's fault. And so, yeah. So I'm sorry, but thank you, for your patience. Officer Davis, you're still under oath, and the defense may continue with the cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Davis.
Good morning.
Don't have too many more questions. I just wanted to start with the Instagram records for Monica Sementilli. You looked at those Instagram business records for Monica Sementilli's account, is that right?
Yes.
And showing you here, slide 100 of your presentation, you noted that the Instagram business records are voluminous, correct?
Yes.
There's thousands of pages of text and images, right?
Correct.
Showing all the things that she posted on Instagram, correct?
Yes.
Showing you slide 101, your PowerPoint presentation. This is an example of some of the things she's posted on her public Instagram account, correct?
That's right.
And we see here, I know it's very small, so I'm just going to try and zoom in, but they have images and there are dates with those images, correct?
Yes.
Showing when she posted these things, right?
Yes.
So we have here some posts, May 21st, 2015, you see that?
Yes.
Top left hand corner, sir.
Yes, sir.
Another one in May 21st, 2015. Then a few the next day, you see that?
Yes.
A few in the next day on May 22nd, May 26th, May 27th. And every few days, it seems like she's posting something, correct?
That's right.
And sometimes multiple posts a day, correct?
Yes.
And there are all kinds of things we see here in this example that she's posting pictures of, correct? There's food, cars, mugs, flip-flops, correct?
Yes.
So she's frequent. So you looked at the business record. She's frequently posting content on Instagram from as far back as May 2015, right?
Yes.
So she was using and posting on Instagram long before Fabio Sementilli was killed, right?
That's right.
It's not like she suddenly started using Instagram only after he was killed and posting things, correct?
That's right.
Now, this is from your timeline. I'm not going to ask you about all the timeline. I'm just going to ask you about the web history searches from her LG tablet, okay?
Yes.
You looked at the LG tablet and all the web search history from it, correct?
Yes.
And you found that on June 7th, there were some particular searches, correct?
Yes.
And one of them is this Quora search. We see here, it's a question that's posed on Quora. How do you know if your cell phone is being tapped by police? You see that?
Yes, I do.
I just want to clarify my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but this website, you can look at questions that people have posed, other people, and see what the answers are. Is that right?
Yes, it's like a forum website.
So here, it's not that Monica Sementilli has typed that in, but she is looking at that question that someone else has posed. Is that fair to say?
Yes, to put it another way, she surfed to that particular website.
Right. But that writing at the top, how do you know if your cell phone is being tapped by the police? That's not, she hasn't written in that question, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also noted some other web searches. Sorry, 1 second. This is from the internal record of the LG tablet, correct?
Yes.
And all the web searches that you saw in relation to these subjects, they were all on June 7th, 2017, right?
I'd have to see the full list, but certainly the ones in the screenshot here, June 7th, 2017.
And I believe on all these others that you highlight, or at the top it has June 7th, correct?
Yes.
It's all the ones that being presented. They're all from June 7th, right?
Correct.
You're able to see the full web history of the LG tablet, aren't you?
Yes.
And you reviewed that full web history, correct?
I didn't look at everything in the voluminous records,
But you looked
line by line.
Sorry, shouldn't interrupt you. Please.
It's okay. Yeah, I went to a specific time period at June 7th.
But you did look through the records to see what was relevant to the case, right?
Yes, what was pertinent.
Right, and this was the only thing you found that was pertinent.
These searches, yes.
And so we know that we know Fabio Sementilli was killed January 23rd, 2017. And this is obviously in June 7th, 2017. So you didn't find anything pertinent from the LG web history in that 5.5 month period. Only this from June 7th, correct?
That's right.
And I know you were being very precise earlier in your testimony. What this is showing is web searches that have been made on this LG tablet, correct?
And your navigation to specific websites.
But you don't know for sure from this data information.
I am always very specific, talking about devices and accounts and so forth.
Right. It would depend on who's using the device at that time, correct?
Correct.
And these are obviously web searches relating to spying and police spying on cell phones and tapping phones. Is that right?
More or less.
It's true, though, isn't it, that detectives in this case were secretly recording Monica Sementilli's phone calls, weren't they?
Secretly recording her phone calls.
Well, I'm with Jeff. There's some facts and evidence.
We've heard.
Speculation. It's overruled.
The last thing I want to talk about is just lifestyle lounge, obviously, Davis.
Sure.
Let's skip ahead to this. This is slide 136. This is Monica Sementilli's iPhone web history, is that right?
Yes.
And it shows, as you said earlier in your testimony, that there are many, many entries in relation to lifestyle lounge, correct?
That's correct.
And that goes from July 2nd, 2016, all the way through to June 13th, 2017.
Yes.
And you spoke briefly about lifestyle lounge, but it's essentially a website where people can meet swingers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Reach out to, I should say.
Yes, a swinging website, sometimes informally referred to as a hookup website. Yes.
Meet new people, potentially hook up with them.
Correct.
And showing you People's Exhibit 162, page 2. Using this website, you can browse various people's profiles, correct?
Similar to dating applications. Users establish a profile, essentially advertise themselves to other like-minded users. They find some sort of common attraction and then connect.
And this is an example of some of these user profiles you would see and then you could reach out to, correct?
Yes, I don't know if these are real people. This is an example from the website itself.
And you also talked about how the website has a chat function, correct?
Yes.
Lets you chat with these people, correct?
Right.
Now, we've obviously seen evidence you presented that Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were communicating over Viber. We saw that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
There is no evidence that Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli were communicating via Lifestyle Lounge, is there?
Not with the data that I have.
Just one moment now. Thank you, Ron. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes.
The question that defense counsel asked you about not being sure who the user was on the defendant's LG tablet at the time the June 7th searches were done to a website relating to cell phone spying by law enforcement is the point, I assume, of, as you mentioned yesterday, of this slide number 90 in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay. So this slide here and the video that follows in slide 91 shows us, as you were testifying to yesterday, that the defendant is in control, the one who has possession of and is manipulating her iPhone during the time that she's at Target.
Yes, that's what I call attribution.
Okay.
Attribution of devices and accounts to a specific user. As an investigator, I look for things like selfies. Is somebody holding the phone? Do they have control of it? In this case, we have video that shows Mrs. Sementilli is manipulating the device in hand.
Okay. So that was the purpose, as you mentioned yesterday, and you've now explained today in a little more fully, of this particular slide and the video thereafter to show that she has possession of the device during the time that we know, approximately 30 minutes prior, that she's connecting to her home surveillance system through the home's IP address.
Yes.
Okay. Because we know, again, 30 minutes later, she still is at Target with that phone in hand, as we can see in the screenshot here in slide 90 and the video in 91.
Correct.
All right. Also, with respect to the searches to the website, when defense counsel asked, well, it's a website, she isn't typing in these searches. She is initially searching for the subject of cell phones and cell phone spying by law enforcement in order to navigate herself to a website that has articles on it, as the ones you showed us in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's right. That's why I describe it as surfing activity, surfing the web.
Okay. So it's not like these searches automatically came up on her device without some manipulation, handling of the device, just like handling your phone here and connecting to an application that allows you to watch your cameras.
A user has to navigate to the website.
You were asked several questions yesterday about Viber. When you were able to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction as well as Baker's cell phone extractions, were you able to find the Viber application on either of their phones?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Does that mean that the application was deleted at some point prior to their arrest on June 14th, where you were present, where their cell phones in the vehicle were seized?
Yes.
Pursuant to warrant. And as we talked about yesterday, when you delete an application, it may also then, if you're using the application to communicate, once you delete it, you may also be deleting all of the associated data, or at least the messages that were made through that application, because it no longer exists on the phone.
That's right.
And you also mentioned you were asked questions about the WhatsApp application on the phones. that was an application that was found both on the defendant's cell phone that she has in her hand there, number 119, as well as Baker's Samsung S, I think it was the 4, correct?
S8.
S8, okay. So it's item 121, correct, at the time?
I don't know about the item number, but it's the S8.
S8. But again, the associated data, as you look at it through Celebrate, shows that that data is encrypted so that it prevents you from reading, let's say, the bulk of the messages.
Yes.
You also were asked yesterday about the communications between the defendant and Robert Baker on January 23rd, and we looked at the timeline that was created that we saw in Exhibit 160. Which is, as I mentioned yesterday, 4 pages in length. And shows that there are messages, according to California time, local time, converted from UTC, beginning at 6:50 in the morning, based on the Viber CDRs, not the cell phone extraction, because the Viber app had been deleted and therefore it deletes the communications, but from the Viber business records themselves that we discussed yesterday, that the defendant sends a text message to Robert Baker at 6:50 in the morning on the date that her husband is murdered, correct?
That's right.
And then communications between them continue throughout the entire day. Looking at page 2, which starts at the top at 11:41 and 50 seconds a.m. Second page ends at 2:45 and 56 seconds. Baker texting to Monica. Page 3 at the top at 2:46 and 40 seconds. The defendant texts to Baker. And then the last text from the defendant to Baker at 3:36, according to the Viber records, correct?
Yes.
And then, at some point, shortly thereafter, as you testified to yesterday, at 3:53 and 57 seconds, she activates the application that connects her to her home surveillance cameras.
Yes.
And then that was based on the cell phone extraction, corroborated by her cell phone records, call detail records, correct?
Yes.
Which you said the cell phone extraction, Celebrate keeps records according to a certain time frame. Then the cell phone records, the provider, in this case AT&T, keeps records as well, correct?
Yes.
And at 4 o'clock, her cell phone records, we see that she is connecting to her home IP address, as you explained yesterday. That would be necessary in order to view your live feed from your cameras, correct?
Yes.
And that connection actually continues we look at the last page. of People's 160 until 5:15 in the afternoon. That's the last connection to her home IP address. Yes?
Per the AT&T records, yes.
Yes. So you don't know at what point she actually closed the IDMSS Lite application on her phone, correct?
That's right.
All you can say, based on the various sets of records, is we know that she accessed it at a particular time, as we talked about, just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that the last connection to that IP address was at 5:15 in the afternoon.
Yes. So if I may elaborate briefly.
Please.
It's a step-by-step process that starts with the instructions that were in that first digital email, instructing the user, the customer, on how to log in to the CCTV system that was set up at the Sementilli residence. That IP address continued to exist all the way to the end of January 2017. There was prior usage of the IDMSS Lite app a handful of times.
The last one being, I believe, in November of 2016, 2 months prior.
2 months prior, yes. But now we look at January 23rd, 2017.
The day of the murder.
The day of the murder. Per the instructions from the email, we have an artifact on Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone 7 that shows an IDMSS Lite app was opened 3:53 in the afternoon. This is followed in short succession by the AT&T data, the internet history, that corroborates the opening of that app and shows connection with high bandwidth, particularly towards the 4 o'clock hour. All the way, connections all the way through, logged in the AT&T records until 5:15 p.m.
And on top of that, we know that the phone is in her hand at 4:30 as she's leaving the target.
Correct.
So there's no question here as to who is manipulating or navigating or controlling the cell phone during the 4 o'clock hour.
That's right.
Also yesterday, defense counsel put in front of you, I believe it was marked as defense exhibit 614, AT&T records for the balance of the day of January 23rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those are the same records that I showed you on direct that were marked as People's 156. And let me show you the front page. Here, the AT&T internet history, correct?
Yes.
And the pages that defense counsel, it says it right up here at the top, internet history and it has the serial number and the IMSI number for the defendant's phone. If we go to the pages that talk about or that refer to Tuesday, January 24, again, once you convert those to UTC time, that includes January 23rd.
Yes.
So what was shown to you by the defense, you yourself had already reviewed and are contained within the records I showed you on direct that were marked as People's 156.
Yes.
The hard copy, Your Honor, for the record, I believe, of those records, well, I think we just included them on the CD, which is 156. Showing you 159, which was the timeline I showed you yesterday for January 22nd. And includes multiple pages. I think it's 4 pages. Again, that also shows the level of communications. I remember yesterday we were looking at your chart and you were asked about the peaks and the troughs. The level of communications on the day prior is also, prior to the murder, is contained in People's Exhibit 157 that we looked at yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And that date, there were approximately 180 messages between the two individuals, the defendant and Mr. Baker, correct?
That's right.
And in the timeline for January 23rd, that is marked as People's 160, there were approximately 115 communications, correct?
Yes.
And as was pointed out yesterday, there was a gap of messages in the Viber records for approximately an hour and 10 minutes between 3:36 until 4:45, correct?
Yes.
And 4:45 would be, I assume that you are familiar, would be during the period of time when Robert Baker and Mr. Austin would be at the Sementilli home.
That is correct.
Also, with respect to Defendant Baker, you included Robert Baker, you included information relating to Baker and the defendant in your various timelines with respect to surveillance units. Did you ever recover on June 14th a flip phone belonging to Baker?
No, I don't recall that.
Nor the S6, as you talked about, which was, you showed us, was registered to Baker at a period of time in your PowerPoint.
That's right.
So therefore, you would have no way of knowing what applications existed on either of those phones belonging to Baker at any given time.
Unfortunately, no.
You were also asked about the Instagram business records. And in your timelines, you included, in order to be able to show the dichotomy, the public posts versus the photographs that you recovered from the defendant's iCloud, her Apple iCloud records. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In any of these public Instagram posts, did you find anywhere where the defendant posted about her trip in March to Las Vegas with Robert Baker?
No, I didn't.
Anywhere in those public Instagram posts, did you find any posts by the defendant regarding her trip in May to Las Vegas with Robert Baker?
No.
Anywhere in the public Instagram account, did you see any posts to the public regarding her trip to Myrtle Beach at the end of May with Robert Baker?
No.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Just on two issues, if I may. You talked about Officer Davis messages from the morning of January 23rd all throughout the day, correct?
Yes.
On Viber. And there's also messages on January 22nd. As you've already shown in... This graph shows that there are messages every day in January between March.
Yes.
And there are actually more messages on nearly every other day other than January 22nd and 23rd.
Objection,
Right?
cumulative.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
On the IDMSS issue, the act of viewing the home surveillance cameras, there's a connection that you said continues from approximately 4 p.m. It continues until 5:15 p.m., correct? That's what you've put to you.
Ongoing log entries of that IP address, yes.
Right. There can be a connection, but not necessarily video being streamed, correct?
I don't know.
Well, to stream video, you have to download data, don't you?
I can only speak to what the data is in front of me.
But to stream video, the device has to download data from the home IP address.
There would have to be incoming data to stream it, yes.
So there has to be incoming data downloaded to stream video.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the app can be connected, but it could be running in the background, right?
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be that. Well, let me just. The app can be connected, but it's running in the background. So let's actually look at some of these entries where there are connections to the home IP address going up to 5:15, right? And this is the same exhibit we referred to. I believe. I'm sorry, it's 613. This is the full log, the AT&T records showing data downloads, connections with Monica's phone.
Counsel, I believe for the record that's 614.
Thank you so much. The 614. Okay, myself. Now, you said there's a connection with high bandwidth, particularly towards 4 p.m. Right?
Yes.
But there's actually a connection with high bandwidth only at 4 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to object cumulative.
Well, I need to address the point that there's a connection beyond and up to 5:15. So I'm going to show you those connections.
Same objection.
I'll allow this to go to 5:15. But again,
we've already looked at the connections at 4 p.m., 4:05, and 4:25. I'm not going to go over those again. Right? But it is true that there are connections a bit later. Right? And this is showing the connection at 4:25. There's no data downloaded, 0. Right? This is the last one we talked about. There's no data downloaded. Video cannot be streamed.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Let's look at the next one then. There's a connection here at 4:30, connected to the home IP address. 0 bytes downloaded. If there are 0 bytes downloaded, this is at 4:30, this is beyond the times we looked at.
Same objection, Your Honor.
If there are 0 bytes downloaded, video cannot be being streamed, can it?
I would say with 0, there's no video coming in. No.
Right. There's also connection at 4:55. Again, 0 bytes downloaded at 4:55. Video cannot be being streamed with the home security cameras, correct?
And that would also be after the DVR box was removed as well.
Right, so we know the DVR box was removed when the killers, Robert Baker and Chris Austin, left the house, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Because we see the Porsche driving away at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Right.
You need the DVR to view the home surveillance cameras, don't you?
Yes. Without it, you would have no endpoint, essentially, to stream data from.
So the DVR, sorry, continue.
I was going to say the phone could still attempt to make a connection, and that may be why we see additional log entries here beyond that point in time. But there's nothing to receive information from.
So the DVR has been ripped out, impossible to be viewing the home security cameras.
Right.
So these entries, 4:55, and the entry at 5:15, no possible way that home surveillance cameras are being used then, are they?
Nope.
So even though the connection continues until 5:15, absolutely not evidence that any home security camera footage is being reviewed.
Right.
No further questions.
Anything further, other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Officer Davis. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
We'll call Deputy Miguel Balderama.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Miguel Balderama, Miguel, B as in boy, ALDERRAMA.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm a detective with LA County Sheriff's, currently at Major Crimes Metro Detail.
Okay. And how many years have you been so employed?
A little over 26 years.
Where were you assigned back in October of 2018?
I was working overtime in this courtroom as bailiff of record.
What were your duties as the bailiff of record in October of 2018?
I was handling all court proceedings for Department 101 and then security of the inmates for that calendar day.
I want to direct your attention to the dates of October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let's start with the October 2nd date. You were assigned to this courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize defendant Monica Sementilli, seated over here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you identify her for the record?
She's sitting at the table with a beige suit.
Also showing you what's been previously marked as People's 14. Do you recognize this individual?
That's the individual that was a co-defendant on this case.
Robert Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day of October 2nd of 2018, were you responsible for bringing the defendant and Robert Baker into this courtroom for court appearances?
Yes.
And subsequent to the court appearance, were you also responsible for returning them to the courthouse lockup?
Yes.
And that would be part of the normal job of a bailiff performing security functions for the courtroom?
Yes.
With individuals that are in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow certain protocol in order to keep the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker, separated?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, first they were both classified as K-10 at the time.
What's that mean?
So they were dressed down in orange jumpsuits, and they're both waist chains and leg chains.
What does that mean in terms of how they're kept?
A high security prisoner. So they're kept separately, no communication within them too. And then, of course, when you come into the courtroom, you have to separate their chairs as much as possible.
And was there also a sergeant supervisor who was assisting you in this courtroom that day?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Sergeant Bob Westfall.
Okay. And was he also in the courtroom with you on October 2nd?
He was assisting me.
Okay. Did he also go into the lockup with you at some point on October 2nd and October 3rd?
Somewhat. I opened the door and he was at the threshold between the 101 courtroom and then the 101 lockup. So he was between the open door.
Okay. And once the court appearance was done in this courtroom, what did you do with respect to the defendant and Robert Baker?
So it was a quick matter, calendar matter that day. I initially escorted Robert Baker first to the door, and then my sergeant caught him at the threshold, and he immediately ordered him up to the stairs. It's just a second floor landing. So the lockup facility is on the 10th floor. We're actually on the 9th floor, so there is a landing that Robert Baker was sent to.
Okay.
As soon as he was staged at the second floor landing, I came back in and then escorted Sementilli into the courtroom lockup.
Okay. So at this point, Baker is supposed to be at the top of the staircase leading to the 10th floor lockup.
Yes, but he was lingering on the second floor landing. He wasn't listening to my instructions because I ordered him all the way to the door.
Were you directing him, commanding him to proceed up to the top of the stairs?
Yes.
And what did he do at that point?
He was lingering around the stairwell on the second floor landing.
Okay. So he did not obey your instructions?
No, and also Sergeant Westfall was also ordering him, and he was still lingering around until I entered the courtroom with Sementilli.
With Defendant Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. And once you took Defendant Sementilli into the lockup, what happened at that point?
So then I took lead in front of Sementilli, and then I ordered Baker to the end of the doorway on the 10th floor. Okay. And at that time, then he followed my instructions and went to the end of the door. And then I stood in the second floor landing. Then I ordered Sementilli to come up the stairs. So at the same time, I could keep an eye on Baker, and I could keep an eye on Monica as she's coming up the stairs.
Defendant Sementilli?
Sementilli.
Okay. And then did you take any particular position between the two as you came up the stairs?
Yes, I was in between them both, so I could keep an observation on both Baker and Sementilli.
At the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you also order the defendant Sementilli, to do something?
I had her come up to the stairs
Towards you?
Towards me. When Baker was up by the door facing the wall, then I ordered Sementilli to come up the stairs. to the second floor landing, and then I went up to Baker so I could open the door.
Okay.
Still keeping an eye on both inmates.
Okay. During this time, was there any communications between either between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes, they were. Baker was talking to Sementilli. Hey, we got this, Mercedes, we got this. I wasn't really paying attention to that because I was looking for hands and basically trying to get them escorted to their lockup.
What did he call her?
Mercedes.
Okay. In your report, did you indicate it might have been Madonna?
It could have been.
Is that what you wrote in your report?
I got to look at my report to refresh my memory. It's been a couple years.
I'm going to hand you a set of reports. You can review them. Let me know if that assists you.
Memory's refreshed.
Okay.
On page 4, I indicated it was Mercedes. We got this, and I put in quotes.
Okay. Did you indicate previously, though, you thought it could have been also Madonna?
Objection, leading.
I'll allow it.
Possibly.
Okay. So Baker was saying to the defendant, "We got this."
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, were you still maintaining the distance between the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I told him to stop talking, and then I went up to the door to open it because Baker was actually he was in cell number 8, which is the actual door, the lockup facility. Right as soon as you open the door to the 10th floor, his cell was right immediately to the right. And then Sementilli was all the way down the end to cell, I think it was locker number 2.
Okay. And is there a recording of this incident?
Video recording?
Yes. That you've reviewed?
Yes, but that wasn't discovered until the next day,
Yes.
the 3rd.
But there is a recording regarding, we're talking about October 2nd still, yes?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of 3 video recordings. May they be marked collectively on a CD as People's 163?
Yes.
Thank you. And they will include October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let me show you the first one. First of three, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at the camera bubble. If you have the bottom is actually 102, looking toward 101, which is this court. My
The door
sergeant,
open is 101.
door open is 101. Sergeant Westfall is immediately the threshold, and he ordered Baker up to the end of the hallway.
And that's another bailiff that just
The
came out
bailiff
of
came out of 102.
So we just saw Baker go up the stairs in orange.
Upstairs. Yes.
You're still in the courtroom at this point. There you
I'm
are.
walking in right now. So Baker is up in the second floor landing up the stairs. I separate myself between both co-defendants.
And that's the defendant coming up the stairs behind you?
Yes, it is.
Now, the following day, October 3rd, were you again working as a bailiff here in this courtroom?
Yes, I again was working overtime that morning in this courtroom.
Okay. And according to your typical protocol, the next day around 7:40 in the morning, what did you do?
So normally I come in and the courtroom's empty. I do a security check, basically go through every section of the courtroom, jury box, the audience, and basically check to see if any bags or anything was left over. Then I make my way into the lockup. I check the cell before any inmates get there, because in the morning we do the calendar, and then we get the inmates for the either Department 101 or 102. So after that was cleared, I walked up the stairs and I checked all the railings, and that's when I noticed on the railing on the second floor landing going up to the 10th floor lockup, there was a baggie rolled up, and we call it a kite.
What's a kite?
Kite is a way inmates communicate between themselves. So it could have been either narcotics, or it was rolled up really tight. So I saw it on the inside portion of the railing, on the bottom portion of the rail as it going up.
Going up the stairs?
So I immediately called my sergeant, which was Bob Westfall, and I told him, if you don't mind checking the video cameras for the day prior to see if anything was placed at the time when Baker was going up the stairs. And that's when you discovered he actually not placed one, he actually placed two items.
Okay.
So that's when he came into the courtroom. We found the other one.
Okay. So show you the second video, also dated October 2nd, that's contained on the CD Exhibit 163. Okay, can you tell us what we're seeing here
So the
in the
bottom-
video from October 2nd?
So the bottom of the screen is actually the 10th floor lockup door. We're looking towards the stairwell as you're going up the 101. And the railing that's concerned is the one to the left, on the top of the portion. There's Baker, and he places something on the bottom of the rail, the inside portion of the rail.
With his right hand?
It's right in. He's looking back.
This is where you said he was lingering and you were directing him to continue up the top of the stairs?
Yes, and that's, he goes to the top of the railing, inside portion, he places a second item.
which you couldn't see from your vantage point at the bottom.
No, that's why I sent him all the way to the door, because there's nothing to put on the wall. It'll be obvious.
That's you coming up?
That's me coming up. That's when he's talking back to Sementilli.
And that's Baker speaking back to her?
Yes.
Okay.
So I ordered her to come up to the stairs and go to the right side of the wall, as I was keeping an eye. Because the door is immediately, as you walk inside, his cell was selling rate, so I immediately placed them. I can still see her.
Okay. So you went back on October 3rd to watch this video once you noted the first item at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes.
Which then gave you information regarding the second one at the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a third video. This one from October 3rd.
That's my sergeant, Bob Westfall. And he pointed to the upper portion of the rail where we discovered the second item. I was taking photographs of the item.
All right. All right, I have an evidence envelope. It has the name Gable on the front and number 191 and 192 written in red pen. May it and its contents be marked, please, as People's 164.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to
Your Honor, the defense is going to object as to People's 164 on grounds that the contents are hearsay.
Overruled.
showing you this LAPD evidence envelope that appears to have other envelopes inside. Can you open the envelope, remove the contents, and tell us what you find inside?
Well, I could tell you these are the items I booked under the LA Sheriff's file number. So they were probably rebooked under the LAPD since it's an LAPD case.
Okay.
I know that for a fact because I identified my writing.
Okay.
I put the earn number, I put EV2, I actually did the sticker, and my name's on the sticker as evidence.
And there are two envelopes that are rolled up inside of the LAPD envelope, correct?
There's two, evidence 1 and evidence 2, and it's also correlates to my report that I actually authored.
Okay. And you mentioned a URN or an earn number. Is that the way the Sheriff's Department tracks cases?
Yes.
Okay. So when you write a report on a matter, you would write up the report with a unique case number that would also be related to any evidence recovered on that case?
Yes.
Okay. And so anything that you would recover, such as a kite, that would generate a report as well as evidence item numbers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you had two separate items that you booked, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you have two separate envelopes. You labeled one as evidence 1 and the other as evidence 2?
Yes.
And do those correlate to the numbers in your report under that unique sheriff's case number or URN number?
Yes.
Okay. If you could open up the envelope with respect to evidence 1 and tell us what you find inside.
a plastic bag with a red envelope.
And it's in some kind of plastic wrap?
It's a plastic wrap.
Was that the same plastic wrap that was covering evidence 1 when you found it at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have there that you've removed from the plastic wrap?
So it was the red envelope I found inside the plastic bag that was tightly rolled up. It was partially torn, so it does say Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Has the annex number. It has in parentheses 501-6191, which I'm assuming it's a booking number. And then it has written in pencil 3300 and 18U, which is the module at Men's Central Jail, and then that's the 18U is the bed, the bunk, where this person is assigned to.
Okay.
There is paperwork inside, and this is the exact paperwork I found, and it was like...
You said there was a number on the exterior that you thought was consistent with a booking number. What was that number?
It's 501-6191.
If I show you your paperwork again, did you include that number actually on the front of your report?
Yes, and I associated that with inmate Sementilli.
So that was the defendant Sementilli.
Sementilli, yes.
That would be her booking number.
That is her booking number.
Whereas the module with the unit number, that correlates with the booking location or where Baker was being held, correct? At Men's Central Jail?
That's correct. In the face page, I put Men's Central Jail in module 3300.
Okay. So is there something inside of that red envelope?
It was 2 pieces of paper. It was like puzzle paperwork. On the back side, it had numerical numbers just written on the paper. Positive, negative. And same thing with the other one. It was another puzzle paperwork. And then the back side, it had some numerical numbers, positive, negative.
Showing you the first page from evidence 1. Was this the item number that you recovered from the railing at the bottom area that we saw on the video?
Yes, that's one sheet of paper.
Did that appear to you to be some type of coded communication? Bless you.
Overruled. Yes.
Do you commonly come in contact with items such as this when you're working in the jail facility?
Yes, and I also work gangs. I was an OSS detective, and that's how normally Mexican Mafia and different inmates communicate on different messages.
Showing you the second page, again, does that appear to be some type of coded communication?
That's what it appears like.
If you could return these to that red envelope and then to the evidence 1 envelope that you booked it under. And you're placing the plastic wrap over it as well. Appears to be some type of a plastic baggie.
It resembles a booking bag that normally people get in the jail facility.
Okay. Let's look at evidence number 2. Is this the envelope into which you booked a similar kite that you recovered that we saw on video number 3 from the top of the railing just outside of the 10th floor lockup?
Yes, I have my, I printed the report number, which is the urn, the uniform report number. I have my name. I booked this piece of evidence, and I also put a little narrative paper containing numerical cipher message recovered from the top railing leading to the 10th floor lockup. In this,
Numerical what message?
I put
Cipher.
numerical cipher message, basically.
Encoded.
Encoded message.
Okay. You could open this envelope and again describe to us what's inside the envelope.
And this one was a smaller plastic baggie, and it was tightly rolled up, and it was containing one sheet of paper. Both sides were actually same type of numerical cipher, which is positive and negative numbers on both sides.
Thank you. Showing you the front side, the one side. Again, does this appear to be similar to the other evidence item that we looked at, which is some type of numerical code?
Yes.
And on the back side, again, same?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing this back to you. If you could again place this coded kite into the plastic and the envelope that you booked it to. And then if you could place both of those sheriff's evidence envelopes back into the LAPD booked envelope. Have you done that?
Doing so now, ma'am.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
So that's pretty interesting, right? Who knew that Baker was so into ciphers and all that stuff? All right, so real quick, day 13 started with Officer Curtis Davis. He was still on cross from day 12, so he came back in. Not much happened with the cross, but then redirect I thought was pretty interesting. That wasn't able to find Viber app on their phones, and that meant it was deleted. And then there was high activity bandwidth from 3:53 to 5:15, and she's leaving target at 4:30, so it's in her hand. So it definitely confirmed that she had high activity bandwidth during that time. So right now we're listening to Detective Miguel, Balderama. I love that last name, Balderama. And I just hear Pauly Shore, Balderama. So he's a bailiff, and he's bringing into evidence the notes. We heard about this during the opening statement, and I want to think we saw some video, or we saw maybe pictures. But basically, he found two items while he was transferring Baker and Monica from the jail into the courthouse for one of their pretrial hearings. And he discovered two items, and now he's showing us those items. One was a red envelope that was found at the bottom of the railing. The other one was at the top of the railing. And these was a puzzle with numbers on the puzzle was on the front, numbers were on the back. And then the second item is is just one piece of paper with numbers, positive and negative numbers on the front and back. So interesting, right? I thought that was kind of cool. I was not expecting that. Mr. Baker. Very cool. All right. We can zoom, and we shall zoom. Zoom, we shall. I like Monica's expression when he said that it's related to gangs. She was like, what? Say it again. So he'd say what again? What am I supposed to say again? What do you want me to say again?
The Record Pieper Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. So we're trained to do everybody else's job here. So Brooke brought the jury in. I can actually use her machine. And Esther sets a time clock for the break. And I say, I'll see you in 15 minutes. She actually pushes in 15 minutes on her cell phone. And of course, she left to do an errand and took her cell phone. I don't think that was an accident.
It just went off.
Right. Detective Balderama is still under oath, and the defense may promise.
Good morning, Deputy Balderama.
Good morning.
Bringing you back to October 2nd, 2018, you testified that after the court hearing, you first escorted Robert Baker out of the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, and then you testified that Robert Baker went up to the second floor landing?
Yes.
And was it... And at that point, you noticed that Robert Baker was lingering on the second floor. He hadn't gone all the way to the door.
I wasn't by the door. I was getting communication from my sergeant because my sergeant Westfall was telling Baker to go to the end of the door like I instructed him to do.
Okay. And you testified that Robert Baker was ignoring those instructions?
Yes.
And disobeying both yours and Sergeant Westfall's orders?
Yes.
When you brought Monica Sementilli from the courtroom into the lockup, Monica did everything that you obeyed all of your instructions?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that on the second floor landing, you heard Robert Baker make a statement to Monica?
Yes.
And at no time did you ever hear Monica Sementilli make any statement to Robert Baker?
I don't believe so.
If you had heard Monica Sementilli make a statement, would you have put that in your report?
Yes.
And I believe earlier in your testimony you did take a look at your report, and there's no mention of any statement by Monica Sementilli, is there?
No.
Based on your observation and investigation, you determined that Monica Sementilli never received those two evidence items that were presented in court today. Is that right?
No, because I prevented her from getting away from the rail on the right side.
Well, we watched several videos, so is it your testimony that if you had placed, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. You determined that at no point, based on your investigation of these evidence items, Monica Sementilli never actually received either of those. Just yes or no?
It's overruled.
No, as I was escorting Baker up by the threshold of the door in the 10th floor lockup, I had eyes on Sementilli, and I told her to come to the front of the door and wait by the facing the wall. So at no time did I lose sight of her, and she never went to the railway to pick any messages up.
That's right. She never went to the railway to pick any messages up.
She was close, but I had her escort come to the threshold of the 10th floor lockup. So she never had a chance.
Okay, but at no point did she ever disobey your instruction and go over to the right side, correct? No. And based on your observations on October 2nd, at no point in time did you hear Monica Sementilli make any statements that indicated she was aware Robert Baker had left anything for her. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
You also mentioned briefly in your testimony that these kites can have some relation to gangs.
Yes, in my report I actually had some ciphers that I personally found when I worked the jails.
Okay.
And talked to the inmates, and that's why I left in my report. I actually put the way they actually use a master key.
Okay.
So at that time, I ordered jail deputies to go to both their locations and have their cells search for a master key.
Okay, but and my question is just that you are not aware of, based on your involvement in this case, being the bailiff of record on several court dates, you're not aware of any gang affiliation in this particular case. Is that right? I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Further by the people.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Balderama. You're excused.
People call Detective Christopher Gable.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone. And for the record, spell your first and last name, please.
Yes, my name is Chris Gable, and it's spelled CHRISGABLE.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm a retired detective for LAPD.
Okay, and then what is your background with the LAPD?
In the LAPD, I spent a few years in patrol. Then I went to detectives. I worked robbery for a while, and I spent 15 years in homicide, 5 at Hollywood homicide, and 10 at robbery homicide.
So overall, how long were you a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Now, back in the time frame of 2017, specifically March 7, 2017, were you assigned to the case that you're in court on right now?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us how that came about?
Sure. Valley Bureau Homicide reached out to us to see if we would take over the case because they determined they didn't have the resources or the time to work on the case anymore because they thought it became a little bit more complicated than the time they had to put into it.
And currently, what was your assignment at that time?
I was assigned to Homicide Special at Robbery Homicide Division.
And we've heard a little bit about it, but can you just explain then, you said there wasn't enough time, but why would a case from the Valley then be transferred to the Homicide Division, Robbery Homicide downtown?
Sure. So the way I like to explain it to make sense is so LA City is huge, it goes from the harbor to the valley. So what LAPD did to manage it is they break it up to 20 different areas or divisions. And in each division, they have detectives assigned to handle every single crime that happens in that division. And they're super busy. And so when they get a crime, especially a violent crime like a rape, a homicide, or robbery, that becomes too, it exceeds their time to work on it or the resources to work on it, then they reach out to us to see if we'll take the case. Robbery Homicide Division 2017 had about 100 detectives assigned, and all the detectives have specialized in either robbery, homicide, sex assault crimes, or surveillance. So we have the resources and the time to work on bigger and more complicated cases.
At the time then, who was your partner?
Detective 3, Barry Tellis.
When you're assigned then to take over the case, is this a partner kind of relationship where two of you take over together as partners?
Yes, we work side by side through the whole case.
Now, when did you first became involved on March 7th, 2017, is that correct?
Correct.
And was the current then detectives Parshall and Verna, does that ring a bell?
Correct, it was Parshall and Verna.
So how do you get up to speed on the case from your inception of when you come on?
Sure. So they came up and we met with them at the in our office, and they explained the case. We learned about Robert Baker and his DNA being found at the crime scene. We learned that he was a 296 registrant. He had about 10 years of military service. We learned that there was another suspect that went in the house with him that was still unidentified. We learned that there was a secret affair, love affair, or affair, I should say, between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, and that he was her racquetball coach. And they told us that they had set up and started surveillance on them. And at that point, they decided to withhold the information to Monica about the DNA, which we thought was a good avenue to take.
Why did you think that?
Well,
what was your next steps and when you came in based on the information that Parshall and Verna gave you as far as your strategy?
Sure. So once we took the case, we said, yes, we'll take the case. We gave them some directives what we wanted. We told them we wanted to continue with the surveillance of Monica and Robert, and we wanted them to not tell them that the case was reassigned to us. We wanted them to maintain the impression that they were still working it as a burglary gone bad, and we did not want them to reveal the DNA results, we wanted them to continue to trickle it out, and that was at our direction when we wanted more to come out.
Why did you decide that?
Well, the plan was to, while they were doing that, at our end, we were gathering more information, social media, call detail records, all that kind of stuff. So we're writing search warrants and getting all that stuff, and we're trying to learn so we could learn the background better. And we did that so ultimately we would, ultimately at the end, we would tell them that the DNA all came back and it was all negative, just before we arrested them.
And again, why would you tell them that? Why was that the plan?
Well, the plan was that, for that exact operation, was when we knew Monica was scheduled to go out of town to New York and I think Canada. And so the plan was to inform her then that the DNA finding all came back and none of it was relevant. It didn't lead to anything. And that the insurance would be released. We did that in hopes that we would get more of a digital trail of their communications to see how they responded to that.
At that time when you first came on the case, then, were you aware about the defendant's requests to be cleared for the insurance money?
Yes, yes.
Did you ever personally have a conversation with her about insurance money or clearing her at any point?
I didn't have a conversation with her, but I was present when Detective Parcell had a conversation with her.
Okay. And that appeared, from what you saw, to be a concern of hers to be cleared in order to receive the insurance money?
It was a concern.
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
It was a concern.
Okay. Now, you said you wrote a lot of search warrants. What type of search warrants were you involved in? You don't have to go through all of them, but what did you do as far as your work?
Well, I think I wrote about 34, 35. So basically, social media, the gamut of social media warrants, a lot of warrants, once we got their devices, to get into those devices and forensically analyze them. Encrypted app warrants for WhatsApp and Viber. Warrants to go into the house and various houses the day of the arrest. Every warrant we did, yeah.
As of March 7th, when you came on, had some warrants already been done?
Yes. Valley Bear Homicide had already completed maybe about 7, which included call detail records and various things like that, which they gave to us. So we had a lot of information right at the start.
So were you able to review what had already been done as far as warrants and get up to speed on the case?
Yes, and that's what we spent the first few weeks doing, just going over their results and reviewing video that they had pulled, surveillance video and stuff like that.
So were you able then to review the videos, and I'll go through them, from the Target parking lot? Did you review those videos?
Yes.
Did you review the videos from the Rouse parking lot?
Yes.
And did you review videos from LA Fitness?
Yes.
Did you review the surveillance videos that show cars coming and leaving on January 23rd, 2017 from the Sementilli Street right there at Oakdale and Queen Victoria?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review interviews of people that had already been interviewed?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you review interviews of some individuals that had already been interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And then you did your own interviews?
Not on all of them, but and some of the other detectives in our unit, since we have a lot of detectives to work with, did interviews as well.
Now, you knew at that point then that GND, the group in the Valley, had already been surveilling the defendant and Baker for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew that they had spotted them out around town in February and into early March before you came on?
Correct.
Did you stated that you continued that surveillance. What unit did you use?
We used a unit that's organic to RHD called the Special Investigative Unit, or section, which is SIS.
And what do they do?
They do clandestine surveillance for all the detectives at RHD. If we have a suspect or a possible suspect, we'll ask them to follow them, and they'll ask what our concerns are so that we can get what we're looking for. It could be as simple as trying to find out where they actually live. It could be finding other cars. It could be hopefully finding a suspect that we don't know who it is yet. And oftentimes they'll go out and get surreptitious DNA samples for us to match to existing evidence, things like that.
So right away, then, did you engage this additional unit, SIS, to continue the surveillance?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then we'll hear from them later, but did you get feedback from SIS that they had spotted them out and about around town subsequent to you coming on the case?
Yes, they would periodically update us and on things that they had noticed. And also, it was not just all physical, it's mostly done by digital, through phone pings and through trackers on their cars.
And did you have trackers placed on their cars, or were they already there?
They replaced them. G&D had already put them on, and then we replaced them with ours.
Now, speaking of the trackers, did you have a tracker on the Ford F-150 owned by the Sementillis?
Yes.
Now, that Ford 150, at some point, did you determine that it had traveled to Las Vegas on March 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
And what did you do to follow up on that trip?
That one, I believe, was at the Balderama, and I believe on that one we reached out to a detective in Las Vegas, Mog, and he retrieved all the video surveillance from that hotel for us. And we also looked at her iCloud and Robert Baker's. I don't recall where we got the photos, but we also got photos from either Monica's iCloud or Baker's Dropbox that coincided with that trip.
You're going to have a CD of a video. Be marked as 165.
Very good.
So the CD, the video that you got from the Balderama, you spoke to someone in Las Vegas?
Yes, we spoke to Las Vegas Metro Detective Cliff, I think his first name, Mog, M-O-G-G.
I'm going to play this video for you. All right. And then what are we seeing in the video?
Sorry, is there a date on it?
There is.
Must be wrong.
There it is. The video is dated 3/23/2017. Is this the Balderama Hotel?
Yes.
Okay, 14:24. Is that the defendant walking up to the desk?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I have it. And then you see another individual. Were you able to see that? Join in back in a few minutes.
I think I missed that. Oh.
Okay. Yeah. There's an individual wearing what looks like possibly jeans, long leather jacket.
Yeah, that's Rob.
When you say Rob, who's that?
Rob, yeah. Baker.
So is this then the check-in desk at the Balderama Hotel on 3/23/2017?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What area is this right here at 1434?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Elevator bank?
Yes.
And at 1434-41, was that the defendant and Baker getting on the elevator?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you know what Baker is doing there, if you know it, 1435-36?
I only assume. I don't know for sure.
And that's obviously a compilation of videos that was put together showing different angles of the time frame when they checked in.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also receive from Cliff Mogg, the detective in Las Vegas, a invoice from the stay at the hotel?
Yes, we did.
As well as the user activity log for check-in?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I mean, Mark, it's 5 pages collectively. It's People's 166. It is an invoice in the name of Miss Monica Sementilli for the Balderama Hotel.
All right.
Okay, and then this on the screen here. One second. Is this the invoice then that you received? It's got the date of 3/26/17.
Yes, I don't see the name of the hotel.
Okay. Well, is that here it says Aria, which is part of the Balderama.
Oh, yes.
They're connected.
Yes.
Okay. And then showing a total then in the name of Monica Sementilli with her address, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then a total for this particular stay of $763.72.
Correct.
And that's on page 3. Page 4 and 5 then is just an activity log depicting her actual check-in to the hotel at 10:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a stipulation also, if that could be marked as People's 167.
Very good.
If I may read it.
Please.
It's stipulation regarding Balderama Hotel and Spa video and documents. Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker stayed at the Balderama Hotel and Spa in Las Vegas, Nevada from March 23 to March 26, 2017. Detective Clifford Mogg, M-O-G-G, from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department obtained surveillance video, reservation records, and payment invoices from the Balderama Hotel and Spa related to Sementilli's and Baker's stay. Mogg mailed those items to LAPD Detective Tellis. The surveillance video that Mogg collected is contained in People's Exhibit 165. The documents that Mogg collected are contained in People's Exhibit 166. The parties agree each of the preceding records contains a true and correct record of an act, condition, or event of the business, and that the business's respective custodian of records or other qualified individuals would testify as to its identity and mode of its preparation. Further, that the records contained in each exhibit were made in the regular course of business at or near the time of the act, condition, or event, and that the sources of information and method and time of preparation were such as to indicate the records are trustworthy pursuant to evidence code section 1271. So stipulated?
Received.
All right, thank you. Further into this investigation, we're at the Las Vegas timeframe of March 23, 2017. This is shortly after you come on. Did you subsequently recover other evidence or view other evidence that indicated the defendant's trip to Las Vegas?
That particular trip or another one?
That particular trip.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Was there anything, did you ever see any photos that correlated, and we won't go through them, but photos that correlated with that trip?
So honestly, I can't recall if because they went to the Videra twice, so I know we got photographs on Videra. I just don't know if we got photographs on both Videra trips, off the top of my head.
So the other Videra trip, you're talking about May 5th? Arrival May 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
This is one additional document. If I could mark it as People's 168.
What is the document, please?
And it is dated March 3rd, 2017, a record from the Vidara in the name of Monica Sementilli.
So, Mark.
Okay, so did you also receive this one for the dates of May 3rd, 2017 through May 5th, 2017?
Yes, we did.
And again, like the other document we saw, it's in the name of Monica Sementilli. However, this one has a total of $597.71. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it shows again room charges.
Yes.
And this was obtained also from Clifford Mock?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, at this point, you said you had viewed some videos of the Target in question, the Ralph's in question, and some LA Fitness. Specifically about Target, did you go back to Target at some point to try to retrieve other videos?
Yes. Yes.
Can you explain what you did and why?
Yes. After I looked at the video, I saw in a time where Monica's truck pulled in and someone got into her truck, and it was over near the Payless shoe store. So I wanted to go out there and pull video from those stores on that part of the parking lot to see if we could get a closer view to see who got into the car.
All right. Now I'm going to play that video for you. It's already been marked as People's 42. First of all, this view right here, are you familiar with this video? I'm going to stop it right there.
Yes. Yes, I am.
And what is this view from? Have you been to this Target?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What's the angle that we're looking at?
So we're looking. Let me orient myself. We're looking west southwest, out on through Ventura Boulevard.
Okay, there's a red circle, and in a moment we'll see a truck come into play that will be the defendant's, but what is that street right there?
That's Ventura Boulevard.
Okay, and when that truck turns into the parking lot, are they turning into the parking lot of Target?
Yes.
Okay, so there's some icons already up there. Obviously, you didn't put those there, right?
No.
On the far right-hand side, there's a circle. Do you know what that indicates?
No.
Okay, and then there's a icon with Robert Baker's photo. What business is located right there?
Payless Shoes.
Now, is that the business that you had interest in obtaining video from in April, if it still existed?
Yes, that one and the adjacent ones next to it.
Okay, to your knowledge, had anyone ever tried to obtain video from those two locations within the Target parking lot?
No.
Okay, so now it's a month, actually, it's April, so it's a few months later.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play the video. All right. Have you seen this video since you've retired?
No.
Okay. So did that refresh your memory on
Yes.
the video then? Okay, I'm going to go back through it now. Having viewed that, does that look like a video you'd seen before as far as the path of travel when the defendant enters the parking lot?
Yes.
And when you viewed that video, when you took over the case, was there something that caught your attention? Again, you started to talk about it, why you went back to Payless or that area, the neighboring businesses, to retrieve some video.
Yes. The fact that she had stopped and someone got in her vehicle and then drove off to the far end of that.
Objection. Someone got in the vehicle. There's no foundation.
It's overruled. We already testified of that.
And then drove off to the far end of the parking lot for about 3 or 4 minutes and then came down to park get in the store. I wanted to find out if I could get video, a closer video, to see who got in the car.
Okay, I'm going to play the video again, and you indicated that you believe, or from your testimony, that someone got in the vehicle, which sparked you to go back and try to retrieve more video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, if you could just indicate what you see and where to point out of why you went and did the subsequent actions. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to rewind it now that you've viewed it again. Yeah, there's a pointer right in front of you. If you can extend that and just kind of walk us through as you see it happening up on the screen behind you.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation. He did not create the video. Jury's just as easy to look at it as we are. So I know that you create the circles or the pictures.
Since you made a speaking objection, I'll answer you from here. In People v. Gonzalez, Gonzalez at 12 Cal 5th, 367, witness may properly describe a surveillance video, including to give general context as to the subject matter of what was depicted. Your objections overruled.
Okay. Is your pointer extended far enough? I don't think so. Just to be clear,
yes.
I might have confused it. This video that I'm showing you is the date of the murder, January 23rd, 2017, correct?
Correct.
So I jumped ahead. I'm talking about why later in April, after you viewed this, you went back to try to retrieve more video based on this video from January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you could walk us through then what you noted in this that made you do your subsequent actions.
Same objection, no foundation.
So it's very hard to see because it's grainy, but you can see someone come across from the Payless. She'll stop the truck in a second. and you'll see an image right here. You just see it for a second because it's so grainy, and then it appears like the door opens, the door closes, and then she drives away. It's one of those videos when you enlarge it, it's really not any better when it's smaller because it's so grainy.
Okay.
You can actually see it sometimes even better at normal view, but yeah, it's faint. It's not super easy to see, but you can tell someone got in the car, and that's all you can tell. And that's why we wanted to get the video to see, what was going on there.
So then, back on this screen right here, just going back, because this is probably the best overview that I have. So, right there, you see a figure in the green circle. Is that the figure you're talking about walking?
Correct, and that started somewhere in here from the front of the Payless walking toward the parking lot street.
And that's at 329.53 on the camera. So that building right there is the Payless.
That is the Payless right there.
When you went back to that location then, and now we're talking about, let's jump ahead, you reviewed this video, and now in April, after you've taken over the case, you wanted to see if there was more video that existed from that back parking lot area.
Correct.
Okay, so what did you do then?
So we went to the Payless. We found out they had no exterior cameras. We went to the adjacent businesses that are along, just right here, there's two of them. And I think it was an eyeglass place, but they had really good cameras, but we missed it by 2 days. It was deleted. It auto-deletes after different businesses set them at different times, some 30 days, some 60 days, some 90 days. It just depends on how their settings are. So it auto-deleted 2 days before we got there.
Did you try to retrieve any more videos from Target?
We did. We went in to see if they had interior video still, and that had already auto-deleted. I think there's auto-deletes in 30 days.
Okay. Now, did you also review Viber texts in this case?
Viber?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Viber texting factor into why you thought that was possibly Baker getting into her car?
Yes.
How so?
Well, about 10 seconds before, which would have put Monica's truck at the left-hand turn from Ventura Boulevard, she sent a text to Baker. And then about 10 seconds later, Baker gets in the car.
And then during the
I'm sorry, a person gets in the car.
Okay. And then during the duration of the video, when we're watching...
Real foundation.
He corrected himself, counsel. He said a person got on the car.
So now during the duration of when the person gets in the car, so there's, you said 10 seconds before a text from Monica to the defendant. And by the way, had there been Viber texts going back and forth, what would have been the time frame of her driving to this Target?
Yes, there was, from the time she left the house to Target, there was a text exchange midway through the drive, and then the last text just before she turned into the parking lot.
Once she turned into the parking lot and the person got in the car and you see her truck kind of move to the back of the parking lot, and then subsequently on other videos, did you see that truck then repark closer to Target?
Yes, Monica's truck stayed back there for about 4 minutes, and then she reparked down closer before she went into the store.
During that 4 minutes that she reparked after the person got into her car, was there any Viber text between the defendant and Baker?
No. The next Viber text, I believe, was when she reparked the vehicle before she went back into Target.
And that's when the Viber text...
Before she went into Target, yeah.
That's when the Viber text resumed between them?
Yes.
And then those Viber texts continued when she went into Target?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
They did.
On May 18th, 2017, then, did you go with Detectives Parshall and your partner, I believe, Detective Tellis, to the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
And why did you go there?
We went there under a ruse that we were the knock-knock burglar task force. there were burglaries in the area during that time, and there was a crew that was named Knock Knock Burglar Task Force, or Knock Knock Burglars. And they would typically knock on the front door if no one's home. They would go around back and then go in through a back door. And that was the premise of what actually OVB Homicide originally thought that was what it could have been. So we, as far as Monica was concerned, that theory never changed. So we went in there.
Sustain.
So that was the premise that we presented to Monica throughout the investigation, and so we went there to ask her some questions regarding her actions in the parking lot that day, and her other parking lots.
All right. And did you have any other objectives in place?
Two of the main objectives was I wanted to give her an opportunity to let us tell us who got in the car and what was that all about, and I wanted to find out if she had used her phone to view her surveillance, or just give her the opportunity to tell us what she did with the phone that day.
So you planned to ask her about that in the interview?
Yes, that was one of the objectives.
When you got to her house, as far as the family members at her house, do you recall who was there?
I believe it was, I think it was Jessica and someone else.
Okay, were you able to speak to her then alone?
Yes, we spoke alone.
And when I say alone, were you with other detectives?
It was myself, Parshell, Verna, and Tellis.
Now there's four of you, and this is months after you've come on. You came on in March. Mm-hmm. This is now May. Up until this point, had you ever introduced yourself to the defendant or let her know that you were on the case?
No.
So this was the first time?
This was the first time, and it was under a ruse. It wasn't under the ruse of being Knock Knock Burglar Task Force.
So you did not tell her that you were from Robbery Homicide?
No.
Okay. Did you do a walkthrough of the house with her?
Yes.
But what was the point of that?
We wanted to, it was the first time I was in the house, so we wanted to get a walkthrough and what Detective Parshell thought happened, and so he could explain the crime scene to us, and just to get eyes on and see for ourselves. And you walked through all the different rooms of where evidence had been collected? Yes. Things of that nature? Yes. At any point, did you tell her, or did the other detectives tell her about anything to do with DNA results? It might have come up a little. Yeah, it did come up. Parshell was talking to Monica about life insurance, and also basically it came up in the phrase that it's taking time to get the results done. So you did not tell her, or anyone in your presence tell her, that Baker's DNA had been established at the house at the crime scene the day of the murder? No. Okay. And I do have a interview. We won't complete it, but we can start it for the court. 169, if I can mark the recording A DVD, 169, and the accompanying transcript as 170 of an interview with Monica Sementilli from May 18th, 2017.
Very well.
And may I hand out transcripts?
You have to give me mine. It applies. The transcript is not the evidence. It's to assist you in listening to the evidence, which is the DVD. Thank you.
You're on camera? Yeah. Then be careful. Oh, so there it is. Jump up for a This is it. That's the case of that camera over there? Steve? Is that camera over there?
Is that Gable? That's not been working?
Well, sometimes on the phone it doesn't work.
Yes. Monica, this is John and Alan. They're this is my knock site. Hello. Hi. Jessica. Hi, Jessica. How you doing?
How are you?
I want to show them. I want to kind of show them the experience. I mean, can you walk us around where we think these guys are going? I want to show them that too. Is it open right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's go around there and then we can come back.
How's the front door?
So as we go through it,
Side yard here?
yeah, and these are both always unlocked pretty much, right?
They actually are locked, but because of the wood standing and shrinking, you can pull it, but they're actually locked.
And at the time, and back in January, you can just come through.
Yeah, because it's just that lock is not there.
Yeah. So, yeah, it looks like you can just pull it.
Yeah. So this is locked. Did we talk about your door? Remember I asked you about the door?
Well, when it's open, just unlock, because usually they're kind of locked.
When I said you don't pull it, when you came through, your door was open.
Oh, it was
And these doors
actually
were
split open.
split open, big enough for someone to get through. And then the blinds were your, what are they called?
Plantation.
Right there was just, that's why we were talking about, if the maid locks those, you keep them unlocked, and you're telling how you guys, probably go out there and smoke or hang out when the girls are on the other patio. So yeah, I wanted to show them just kind of the route. So they came through here. I'm just kidding, it's not locked.
This one's not locked. No.
How far back do we have here?
To the end of the fence that there's another one.
This is another one, not the same right there.
No, that's a water.
A wash?
Yeah.
Oh, for right into the
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, initially we were stopping here. Right.
Well, I saw this broken, but I think you told me that
I
maybe
think one of the
they may have
options,
done that.
stepping off and look over or
Yeah.
something as well here.
I don't know if this is open now, but now I keep everything locked. If you want, I can go in. Yeah, I have to go unlock it if you want us to go in.
And where does it go to?
This is my bedroom.
Okay, so at the time, where do you think that they came into the house? Well, I don't think she was talking about until I we had discussed these doors. I don't think I ever told her this is where we're talking about. But at least you don't know the time.
Well, most of the time we are unlocked, but now, of course, we keep everything locked.
What's the usual pattern? Usual pattern is it's always locked.
The usual pattern
That
is
time.
unlocked because he would come out here sometimes to
I mean, all this furniture was here. Like, he sometimes smokes his cigars here.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it wouldn't be unusual for this to be unlocked?
No.
Closed but unlocked?
Closed, yes,
because that
closed,
in
but
January is cold weather.
not unlocked, but closed for sure.
Okay.
Closed but not
Never open, no.
Closed but not locked. Yeah.
And especially in January, it's cold, it was raining a little bit that day.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes he would be here.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Cool. Is there any other places here where you think they could have put it here?
Well, these are unlocked as well. This is actually the spare room, but my husband will snore. Sometimes he slept here, so sometimes this is unlocked, and that's Isabella's room. Hers, I would think, would be normally locked if she never really comes up that way. I don't think that would ever be open, but I don't know.
So this is your bedroom? This is your bedroom?
Yeah.
Spare bedroom?
Yeah.
And
My daughter.
is that your daughter?
My daughter.
All right.
And this is a spare bedroom, but Fabio, you said this.
He was sleeping there, yes, let's say 4 nights out of 7 from his.
I think you remember.
Sure. Yeah.
I think I remember. You guys could park on mentioning that.
Okay. All right.
You guys want to come over to the patio?
Yep, go back.
This is about
These windows? Don't even look like they open.
No, we never open these.
Okay.
Never, because we don't have screens, so we keep them closed. And just keep it back.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice backyard.
This one is always up only because, unless we're having a party, this never opens. It always goes through the kitchen door. But
And then service to anything.
they would know. I don't remember.
Okay. All right. This goes into the kitchen.
This is the door we always use.
Always give them. So would this typically be open?
Yes. Not at night. Yeah, I'm locked during the day, and at night we would close and put the cat door down.
Okay.
Oh, you guys would actually put that down at night?
At night.
But during the day, cats can come and go?
Yes, come and go. I mean, we haven't opened it since because there was raccoons, but other than that, all that would be open during the day.
And the incident happened out here?
Yeah, I don't think you guys ever saw the photo of it.
We didn't see the photo.
So going over, I know we talked about this already. I know he basically faced down and was in this chair here.
He was off of that chair.
Right. And the chair was turned this way, and he was face down here. I don't remember from the photos. Was there another chair here? Where was he that day? You guys were both home, and he was working in the kitchen. Laptop was on the counter, but he was coming in and out.
Yeah.
I know the TV is on when the officer got here. So he would come in and out and be out here on the patio. The TV's right here. And if I remember, I think he had started a fire. It was like he started a fire in a little pit.
Yeah, the fire was on.
A fire pit? Yeah, the fire pit was on. This is it?
No, it's in the back. It's inside the.
Oh, that small one.
So that was, he had started, and he was on the start when he's during the day, he's working. Well, that's another thing I wanted to ask you about. You touched on this a little bit. I just wanted to make sure on the work schedule, his work schedule. Was it unusual for him to be home?
No, sometimes he travels so much, sometimes he could just work from home, let's say a day or two or whatever, but I know we had a Friday off too.
Okay.
Was it a long weekend? I don't remember, but I know that he stayed home that Monday. Yeah, he stayed home on Monday too.
Would he normally stay home on Mondays?
No, it depends on, like I said, travel and
So how many days a week do you think he would usually be at the office rather than home? How many days a week do you think he works from home?
No, very rare. It's mostly at the office. He'd be away traveling a lot, and sometimes he'd just say, I'm playing cookie today, I'm going to work from home.
Okay. He would call into the boss, check in, telecommute, whatever.
I'm home.
Huh?
He is the boss.
He is the boss. Okay, so he would just let me know. I know that day he would check in with somebody
hey, I'm just checking in, left a voicemail. Or something like yeah, so someone at work, right around this time of this security, he had called, hey, I'm just checking in, I'm on the house phone, and
was it from Sal? Was it from work?
I think it was Sal.
That's his
I believe it was Sal. Okay, so yeah, it was his. Okay, because he's like, I talked to him like it's his boss. I think it was Sal. Hey Sal, just checking in. I'm on the house phone.
Yeah.
I'm home today, so it was more common for him to go in the office than to take the day off.
Yes.
And he didn't have a routine where every Monday he was home.
No,
and the rest of
it was just sporadic whenever he felt like it. And we wouldn't even know until we heard him on the phone on conference calls all day, sitting here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things is these guys are really going to get into it. Patterns, some of these guys that they're looking at, there's a bunch of different crews they're working with. Some of these guys watch people's movements. Some of them use, phone calls in to check on people's whereabouts. And they'll touch on that more. Yeah, that's one of the reasons trying to find out about this routine.
Okay.
One of the things I'm going to ask about is security stuff. I noticed some cameras coming in. Is there any cameras back here?
No, on the side, back there. On the front door.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one is back out. No camera?
No cameras back here. No.
And it's completely surrounded by that gate at the bottom.
Yes, and then it goes to... Yeah, they replaced, no, well, I just moved it.
Oh, it was over here,
Yeah.
and this was here, right?
You have not be around, or?
Yeah, they got it was just us right now. Thank you.
Sure. Nothing
superseded. I wanted to point out to them where they got it, what they got into, and where they got it. I know that show them where you were keeping the cash.
Oh, this one. And now it's all cleaned up.
We did see the photo. He did show us photos of the ransacking and stuff, and that's important to us. So if you could show us.
This is where the money was here.
Was there anything on top of it?
Oh, this was, there was all kind of junk and stuff in here, but this was an envelope, a white envelope.
Oh, was it a white envelope?
With different currencies. I just don't know the amount of each one, but this is where we kept. I don't know why we didn't keep it in the safe, but we keep it over
So
here.
from what I understand, the currency, I think it was euros,
Canadian,
and American. Okay. Oh, you guys have a safe?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in this closet. I don't even know. Did they go in there? Because I don't think did
Nothing, no pry marks, nothing? No ransacking in
I
there?
know that door was all black, but I don't know what they took from there.
Yeah, no, I sent the list that you provided me. I sent that on to them with the euros, so they'd be keeping an eye out for that stuff.
Yeah.
Popping up. But yeah, let me show you guys. So here.
The lights in there.
Was all this gone through?
Yeah,
Or was it
this
just
was
this
all.
room?
I think when I came in, it was a disaster. So I don't
Gene,
know.
was this whole all of this ransacked?
It looked, if I remember, only this drawer was open. But you thought that maybe cash could have been kept in here taken as well?
Could be some because these were all a mess and everything was, all over the place. So I think, this is my makeup, then nothing was missing from here.
The only drawer that was open was this one.
Was the drawers taken out and dumped, or they just?
I don't remember some drawers.
Yeah, these were somewhere else.
Okay, so these would be just open.
Yeah.
And are they normally neat like this?
No.
The drawers?
I just redid everything.
Okay. And then the envelopes, were they like standing up?
Standing up here.
Was it one envelope or was it?
It was maybe 2 or 3, but in between the currencies was a flat white envelope in between.
Oh, I see. So it was currency, a flat white envelope currency. So the currency was in plain view if you opened it. You could see the currency.
Most of it. And then there was an envelope with actual money, and I just...
We're going to stop here and take a lunch. You can just leave your transcripts on your seat. The evidence applies. Not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else, or form or express an opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
All right. So they're at lunch. I'm just going to, I can zoom. So let me just quickly go through what we've heard so far. After the break, they crossed. Did Monica make any statements? Only Baker made the statements. Oh, okay, so this was Detective Miguel Balderama. Balderama. Love that. Love your last name there, buddy. That's awesome. So this is when Baker dropped off the items when they were coming into court. So it was only Baker that made the statements of, hey, we got this, Mercedes. Monica didn't say anything. Monica never received the items because he prevented her from getting them. And they went to the cells to search for the master key. Now we're Detective Chris Gable, who is retired, is on the stand. This case was reassigned to him. They didn't want to reveal the DNA. So this basically they're sticking to the robbery gone bad, the knock-knock burglar task force. There was the video showed at the Vidara Hotel in Las Vegas. And then, they showed the elevator ride, and Baker goes to the wall with the whatever that's called, where you can punch in the numbers for the room. I'm shorting out the floor numbers, and he covers up something. So maybe it was the camera he covered up. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what that was, other than to show that they were in Las Vegas. Yes, we know that. We know they were in Las Vegas like 100 times. We know they were in Las Vegas. Now they're doing an audio. Chris Gable went over to Monica's house, and we're listening to audio. I asked the chat, which is worse, squeaky chair, short pointer. 80% of you said squeaky chair. So let us zoom while we can, and we shall power through. We shall power through.
And the people make. So we're on the record. Fabio Sementilli, the defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alts are present. Good afternoon. Detective Gable, you're still under oath, and the people may continue with their direct examination.
At the time mark of 1501, you're about on page 26.
Don't remember which currency it was, but
were they complain with generic envelopes?
Yeah, just no, it's the way. Yeah, actually, I have one. They're just regular envelopes.
How much of a U.S. currency was here? Did you know? Was this like your?
I know there's about 11,000, 12,000 in here because he's always traveling.
Okay. Cool.
And I know those were the three currencies. There was also some euros, but they were. I mean, I don't know how much of each. That's the only thing.
So you think the total was around 11,000?
11, maybe a little more.
Okay, and it sounds like the majority was U.S. currency?
I can't.
Do you know what the denominations were? Were they all over, or was it typically hundreds?
It was probably all over.
All over, okay.
I don't know how much of each, but it was a lot.
Would you ever use this money for household stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I go in for,
like your slush funds or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So this was like your ATM machine? Sort of.
It was Fab's ATM machine. It was right there.
Okay. And there was some costume jewelry. Is that over here, or is that here?
There was some in here.
There was some.
And some of my jewelry box, but some was taken and the top shelf of the jewelry box is missing.
Okay. So before we get there, the jewelry was taken out of here. Did it look like, in your opinion, that they went through and picked out the nicer stuff, or was it like in a certain area? So it was kind of all just kind of straight.
It was all a mess, and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Before we start, we're back on the record. Remember I told you you're going to be off tomorrow at 3 because one of you had an appointment? Well, they don't have an appointment anymore. So I think we're going to go to 4 if that's okay. This case is going to take a little longer than I expected. I want to try and use as much time as I can, as much as I'm looking forward to Christmas of 2026 with you. Is it all right if we go an extra hour tomorrow? I mean, we're not going to 6, we're not going to go to 5, just go to 4. All right, thanks. Thanks. Let's go back, and I apologize to counsel.
And you were telling me earlier, Monica, that your really good drawer was in here and it was untouched.
And it's not in the safe.
Oh, it's not?
In the closet.
So before we go to the ransacking?
No, nothing in here was disturbed.
Okay, before we go to the other desk, can we just hit the closet real quick? And show us what it is. Show your
Now that we cleaned it all up, but I don't think anyone can inherit the safe is here. And every time this mirror opens, I get a text message on my phone.
Oh, you did?
And I
Got a
did.
sensor in that. Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. So you get a text message on your phone?
Every time it's open.
Every time that's open, okay. And probably the same?
No, just me. I get all the text.
Is that primarily your stuff in there?
We barely use it. We had a couple of gold coins in there, and he had his gun in there.
Okay.
And now our friends took it, ate out his gun.
Yeah, Monica, you had said, I think, on the day, the gun was
The gun was up there in his case.
You could see it.
Oh,
you could see the case when it was here when we
I think in here was just the bullets. I think in here.
Also, do you think the suspects actually came in here, or do you think they think so? Because they seen that.
Was there any?
And nothing ransacked in here.
This door was always open, and I would use. Fabio would always put a shoe tree here to keep this open.
Okay, so yeah.
Since we changed his carpets, this door always closed.
Oh, and this way you changed the carpet. This is not ransacked.
Came to change the carpet, and they painted.
I see.
To me, I was telling you guys before that all the ransack was just in this room. It didn't look like any other part of the house was touched. So
I just wanted to see how well, like that's hidden well that they
Yeah.
What did you keep the jewelry?
My jewelry.
The good stuff?
Well, now, I mean, it was hidden behind purses, but now I just put it here because I just went through it.
Okay, so at the time, this was
It was
hidden
hidden behind purses.
on this shelf?
Yes.
It's hidden behind.
Yes.
Okay.
That's always been there.
Okay.
I never put it in the safe because I always have to, it takes forever to open that thing, and I always would just, I never used it.
Okay, sure. Okay. All right, good. Interesting. So let me get an eyeball on that. And then the other place where drawers were pulled out, I assume is...
So this right here was right here.
Oh, okay.
And everything was all on the floor.
Oh, everything means... I think every drawer, there was some pulled out.
The jewelry box on the floor. Actually, the jewelry box ended up over here. We found it here. I found it here the next morning.
Sitting on the... Was it there? On the next one?
Yeah. And
I think when we were here, it was here, and I think when they printed it, they moved it over.
oh, then I don't know. I don't know when I did that.
But she said,
Yeah, I thought it was just jumped out.
You
The
guys have
whole
photos.
top drawer is missing.
so there's a matching, I think I sent it to you, there's a matching
Like an insert
that
Yeah.
Inserts type thing.
that's missing.
And is the drawer one of those felt,
Yes.
red felt things?
It has a wooden felt.
And in that, was that primarily rings, bracelets? Or?
Yeah, just little things, cufflinks maybe. I can't remember now if get some good stuff in there, but mostly probably not very expensive.
Do you know if anything was taken from the underneath the door?
Well, we know his pocket watch is missing and his black diver watch is missing. I think I sent you the picture of it.
Yeah, I sent you
Everything on the property report, everything on
Okay. And also on the other hand, I just can't.
Oh, there was actually cash in here too?
I don't think there was money enough.
Oh, well.
Not that I can recall.
Anything missing from the drawers?
No. Just my clothes and I put it in the bag. Nothing I can think of.
Yeah, that was one of the issues. Is, I will talk to you about distinct, stuff, and just that pocket watch is one thing that really stood out.
I don't even think it. The pocket watch is probably something, but the diver watch I think was a knockoff.
Yeah.
What brand was it?
That's why I only found a picture. I don't even know.
Well, we have some photographs of some stuff that we can cases.
Okay.
So maybe we'll get lucky at that. This is for me. Now, there was a question that came on my mind. Is I remember there was some question about pillowcases.
Yeah.
What all those accounted for?
Well,
So we took one. They took one.
We
our scientific investigation.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
okay, because there's three missing. There was three missing.
I thought I saw the report we took two.
Okay, we took two.
Okay.
So we're thinking that these guys took one.
Okay, which is not unusual for us to use a pillowcase or something to carry.
But it wasn't. I mean, there's two pillowcases, but there was a pillow sham. The sham, the whole sham was gone. This is a different.
Sham is, you can put stuff inside.
This is a sham. I obviously replaced everything, but it was green.
It's like decorative.
And one was missing, and I thought, the sham, I took the
So there's a
sham.
green one of these missing.
Yeah, but I don't know which one they took, so I don't know.
Okay. So what's missing then, just so we know,
From what you're two pillowcases.
Two actual pillowcases, like for pillows, and one fancy. Oh gosh.
well, the ones we took will have identification.
Yeah.
And then a sham,
Green and brown. Yeah, sham.
Do you have a matching one, Sham? Yeah.
No, but I have the comforter and it's upstairs, so you can see the pattern. If you
Yes.
want.
Yeah. I'll take a picture of that for you.
Yeah.
Take a picture of that.
Okay. Good. Okay.
And this is the door that was open here, and this is the one.
This is the door that was closed. How was it? Jim?
This I remember looking on the outside, it was slightly ajar, like maybe this much. But this was open about, maybe a foot or so.
And no other sliders were open?
No, just the only slider.
Oh, this is probably how they came.
In this way or they went out this way?
No, they came in this way.
No, this is how they came in.
They went through the garage and out.
Because they took off in the car.
Yeah. It's very typical for burglars when they open a door unless it's visible to the neighbors, to leave it open because they don't want to make that crystal noise closing it. So that sounds pretty probable.
Okay.
This is okay. All right.
Okay, so then.
Yeah, if we can sit down and just have some questions for you.
Sure, you can sit here.
We have a couple of chairs we can bring over.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm gonna let people sit here. She's gonna sit in the middle.
I didn't work out in the
Oh, I haven't been back for a long time.
Oh, yeah,
Look at her.
For a long time.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you.
So basically, there's a couple things I'd like to go over with you. Okay. And just to give you a little background of why we asked these, we've been working with Gene quite a bit on this, and so we've taken on the task where we try to understand the whatnot task force, and based off of this, we've developed, the whole task force developed a list of common things that this particular crew does in order to knock it off. A lot of it comes down to routines, routes, sometimes calls or social media that they use to make sure that they can get away with the crime. So this is some basic questions, and some of the stuff I already had from Gene, your family information, I have all that. Now, your home security system, I do understand that the DVR was stolen at the sea with the garage before we leave.
Yeah.
And did you ever get the name of the security system? So that's unknown. Is the security system and the camera the same system? Were they installed at the same time, do you know?
I don't, when we moved in here, there was already a system.
Okay.
Cameras and DVR?
Camera and DVR was very old. A big machine.
Okay.
And then, I'm not certain, but I'm sure it's over a year ago, maybe a year, that we got to get rid of that. So we got a new monitor.
Right.
And the new DVR is very skinny, very thin, skinny like this, and black.
This size?
Yeah.
Kind of like
Something like that, exactly. So it's totally different than the big machines that were in there before. And so the cameras are the same, and the only new thing is the one at the front door.
The new camera. What, you mean the one above the front door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the only thing that was different from the one that we...
Do you have a ladder in the garage?
A ladder?
Yeah.
I do have a ladder in the
Would you
garage.
mind if I take a look at that camera? Because sometimes the camera will have the brand on it.
Yes, please.
And the reason we are interested in that is because oftentimes what firms do is they take things and then they sell things. So we're hoping that what they'll do is show up in a pawn shop or something. Of course,
How are the currencies that changes? Do they ever report that?
Well, usually foreign currencies is usually by our back end to destroy them. They'll destroy them because there's a record when you exchange it. And there's only a handful of places that actually, you can't just go into a Wells Fargo or a Chase Bank and exchange money. It has to be done at a certain place.
Because I do it all the time with my Canadian money. Yeah, you have to have your bank account, you have to have...
right. And that's typically why they just stay away from it.
And yeah, because there's identification that has to be provided. And when you do that stuff, these crooks are like, it's not worth it, get it caught. So they just keep that
It
U.S.
was
cash.
worth killing him for something was worth killing him. Why would they kill him? Like, why would they leave?
Well,
I don't know. Typically, they probably didn't want to call the police. They probably didn't want to get caught.
Yeah.
They're coming here to do a burglary, and they don't expect anybody to be home. I don't know.
It's not burglars typically. That's why they go through all these extensive things to make sure that no one's home, so they don't encounter someone. But we weren't here, and you never know what transpires when they run into someone. And it's not unusual that when they run into someone that bad things happen. Sometimes they just run, and sometimes they don't for whatever reason.
If they get caught in a place like this, and Fabio calls the police, there's not a lot of ways in and out of up here. It's not going out onto Ventura Boulevard or going out onto Victory, and you can blend in. It's kind of a one-way in, one-way out. At least it seems to be that way, looking at the map. And so you get the police coming, a helicopter comes overhead, you can get caught. So who knows what transpired.
So exterior cameras are neat. And it looks like you have motion sensors on all the rooms.
This is our alarm system with AT&T.
So
Digital Life.
AT&T?
Yeah.
What was it?
So that's all AT&T.
Oh, when we moved here, there was already a few signs.
So it's AT&T Digital Life?
Digital Life.
And that's for the motion sensors for all the... Do they work the doors and everything? Now, does AT&T get notified when your safe opens too, or just you?
I think, well, it's text message to me. I think Digital Life would probably have that.
But then they would probably
show it on
let
record.
you know. If they go, hey, your safe is... Like, do they contact you when...
No.
Oh, they don't?
Not when the sensors are, no.
Okay. And then the sensors only, not... Or are they the sensors and the video, or just the sensors?
Sensors only.
Okay.
No, Digital Life, the camera was a closed circuit.
Okay. Okay. So I'll take a look at the camera, maybe we'll get lucky in the model. And I mean, just so you know, the camera, if we get lucky on the DVR, they're always good. So it's not like we're going to get anything good from it, but at least we may find out who pawned it. But they always like them out before they pawn them. Do you have any, so you have AT&T Digital Life for motion. camera, your digital system, was that you had the monitor in the kitchen? Did you have the ability to monitor those from your phone live? The system didn't have that ability?
I don't know if he does on his phone, but I don't know anything about it because he took care of that. I don't even know the company name. I don't know even what it is.
So you didn't know, and is there any of your daughters? I guess any of your daughters had it ability? Okay. There's a lot of cameras nowadays you can.
Yeah, we didn't see anything on his phone. We went through it.
Okay.
But I mean, you're with him all the time. If you ever saw him, hey, let me go check the house right now.
No, I actually nothing's ever happened. That we said, hey, let's go. Rewind
check on it.
Check to see if check to see if the kids are home. Yeah. Nothing like that. Like, hey, Isabel's supposed to be home at 10 this is. Okay.
No, because they were home. They had to be home.
Okay. Is there a roving patrol in your house?
I think it was always an ADT car driving around.
Okay.
We have association fees, and I don't know now if they work for Forest Hills. Or
I think it was the ADT is for private residences that have.
Yeah, that have the service. But you don't have this. Do you pay for that AD? Okay.
No.
No, and you said that your association provides security, you think?
Yeah, well, we have cameras and just cameras.
Oh, the neighborhood. I saw that when we pulled up. It said you're on closed circuit.
Yeah,
I saw that.
That's it, loud and clear.
Yeah. Do you already have the name of your home association?
Well, yeah. Well, it's basically the people at the corner.
They run the cameras.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
but I don't know. Right now, the president is Warren. He's across the street with the little boys. He's
right across the street.
Yeah, he's the
Oh,
president of the association.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so Warren across the street. What's Warren's last name? How do you spell that?
SCHACTER, I think.
Okay. And he's right across the street?
Yes.
And he's the president right now?
Right now, he's the president, yes.
Okay. Is that the house that had the camera?
Yeah.
Oh, then I said, hey, look at the camera. Okay. And I noticed you have a cat, you have a dog?
No, I have 2 cats.
2 cats. And have both cats accounted for?
Yeah.
Okay. And I have your cell number from Gene. Do you have a landline?
Yes.
What's the number?
854
854
6055.
Any other phone numbers that are associated with the house that you know?
No, just my girls. We're all in the same account. Yeah.
And emails. Do you have an email?
Yes.
CAL.
MATI.
Dash.
MO.
Is it underscore or dash?
Dash. MO.
MO.
At hotmail.com.
Remember why I'm asking for this in a second. And then, any other emails?
Well, the girls, they're there.
Okay, the girls in there.
Jesse has them, I have them.
Social media. Do you have
I have
social media?
Instagram.
Any other? And what's your Instagram? I think you have the Instagram account.
Monica Sementilli or Monica underscore Sementilli.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just write down some such answers. Monica underscore Sementilli.
And I know from looking at it, just to ask you anyway, you didn't post stuff like, I'm going to the store, I'm coming home, I'm out to eat on that too much. Did you like?
No, it's more just our family pictures.
So you weren't really putting your whereabouts and when you're going to be away on,
Do you use it quite a bit? Use it a lot?
Now, I post about them every day.
I do. So, I'm sorry, Monica underscore Sementilli.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Come on, you had the Instagram account when was that, right?
Oh, yeah, that's for 3.5 years maybe now.
And you didn't use it that much back then, but you're using it more now.
I use it now almost daily. Yeah.
So the Fiat doesn't have any more. I saw the red Mustang that.
Just drives that.
And then you have a Ford F-150, I think. Oh, you don't have that now.
No.
Okay. Do you have a new car replacer? Or?
I do. I replaced it with another Mustang.
Okay, so you have what color is that Mustang?
Black.
Oh, black. Is that a new car or a used car?
No.
Okay, all right. Is there any other? Oh, is it Porsche? You saw that?
No.
Oh, you did the same dealership where it came from?
Yeah.
So it's new 2017 Mustang?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, what about the selling horsepower? I don't need the data, just
I don't know, a month ago.
Couple months ago.
Okay. So then the vehicles during the time, because that's what I'm more concerned. At the time, there was you had a F-150 or a truck, and then the red Mustang and the Kia and the Ford. Okay. All right.
When did you move here from Canada?
7 years ago this July. This July.
You've been in this house 7 years?
No, 4 years.
Oh, 4 years in this house.
4 years, probably.
Do you do any part-time work at all, or?
No, I have a consulting business online. It's nothing.
Is it active though?
Yes.
What do you consult?
Basically, business curriculums for online beauty companies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that connected to Fabio's job at all?
Not really. No, this is no.
You were doing, you were doing makeup stuff
Long time ago.
in Canada before,
Long time.
What's the name of your company?
LGI.
LGI Consulting. And this is something that anyone could just look up and then start conversing with you?
Well, no, I deal with just certain industry people that used to provide them with business curriculums, and I get like a monthly. It's not much. It's fine. It's enough to pay the groceries. That's about it. I also part of that company is we invested in app, I guess, some kind of app for scheduling appointments and stuff. Mm-hmm. And so we make a little bit on that too. I think altogether it's maybe $3,000 a month. Maybe.
Okay. Okay. I'm more interested in the day-to-day activity.
Yeah, it's not really. It's not even really active.
So right now, as far as you know, and the reason I'm asking is I'm looking for routines and stuff, and people that can get access. So right now you have no work schedule right now?
Okay. Has anybody recently contacted you through LGI? That's unusual. Okay.
Okay.
No issues with anybody through the company, even back in January. Like no, people that are upset about whatever payment or.
I think my husband told me everything. We talked about everything. I'm sure he would have told me something.
If he had something on his.
Something kind of not right, and I don't remember anything.
You don't have anything on your end through LGI or.
Oh.
Is LGI is your thing?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. No, it was not.
Okay, and again on hobbies, do you go to a gym or yoga or fitness?
We used to go to the gym. I used to go to racquetball.
So all the questions I'm asking is that with the month of January, that kind of end before time frame. So back then, did you?
Yeah.
So back then, did you go to a gym or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay, which gym did you go to?
Other fitness.
The nearby?
Yeah, it's yeah. Doing Canoga.
Okay, all right. Actually, that's the one I'm going to be going back to have a picture of that. I'll kind of get out of that. We were friends. All right, so LA Fitness. Any other gyms go to? Okay. And how often a week, typically back then, would you go?
Twice a week. And Wednesday nights were league nights. I used to play the racquetball league.
So 2 times a week, typically. Like when? So would you work out during the day and then night?
Yeah, like morning. I would never go to the gym at night.
Okay, so morning. So about 2 times a week in the morning, like regular workout type
stuff.
Just regular. And then once a night was
Wednesday night.
Was that Wednesday night?
Yeah, I think Wednesdays or Thursdays.
Okay.
What day did that? What day did this happen on?
It was Monday. You went to the gym that day.
That morning. Yeah, Jessica.
That was on a Monday. What was the date?
23rd. Yeah, birthday.
Oh.
It was a Monday. And you remember the meeting days, right?
Yeah.
And that was just once a week, Wednesday and Thursday. Okay.
Monday, yeah.
Do you have any other routines or hobbies that you typically do on a daily basis or weekly basis? That would be something that someone could pick up on the pattern of. Like that you could, just anything that you do, like every Thursday I go shopping, this kind of thing.
Just over the last almost full today. Cook all the time. We used to just cook all the time.
Okay.
Nothing really that I can. We were always outside on the patio every night.
Okay.
He had a cigar or two every single.
Did you have any close friends, or do you have close friends back then that you would go out like on a semi-regular basis or anything like that?
No, they would come over here. They were mostly his work people or my friends or my neighbors. But usually everything is here, always at my house.
Okay. And then, so like you guys have your mutual friends and your friends and then
well, they were mostly all
our friends?
All our friends, mostly, yeah.
Okay.
All my family and friends are back home.
So back then, was there any friends there that in January, December, November, anyone that had come to the house or that you would have at the house or anyone there that you would typically hang out with?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like I'm saying that your friend might be, but sometimes friends have friends or they have helpers in the house.
We entertain all the time, and most of the time it would be last minute. We would say, "Oh, I'm coming home and I'm bringing blah blah blah," and then we would always have people here, always jumping in. He was the entertainer.
It was mostly people you were familiar with already. It wasn't a lot of new people. I mean, that's kind of
only beginning of December every year, he has his education Christmas party here. So they're from all over North America. I know all their faces, and most of them I know well. Some are just workers, so.
When you say North America, are you talking about Canada?
And the U.S.
How many people are we talking about? How many people?
90.
All here? Yeah. You guys came here?
And that was in January?
People.
Or December?
We have it every December 6th, something like that. Usually every year.
And I think we covered this before. We didn't have anyone coming in your room that could have seen the money at any of these gatherings, or you really couldn't for sure?
I think so. I don't use that bathroom over there.
Would you lock the door? Your bedroom door? No.
Close it. I don't lock it.
While you're in the house with your friends?
Yeah, I mean, it was an open house for everybody.
Got it. Okay.
I can't imagine any of those people. I can't imagine that.
Yeah. Well, we don't think it's them. We don't think it's them. We think it might be maybe one of their creepy relatives or friends.
Oftentimes it's that.
Because they come to a party at your house, you're completely innocent. It's like, hey, guess what? I went to this really nice house, not even knowing that they're tipping something off.
And it could be one of their workers, it could be one of their house helpers or gardeners or something like that. And oftentimes that's how we learn routines, and we've done it in learning.
Yeah.
He has a lot of friends. Do you have like in your gym, some gym friends that you hang out with or are just your friends you hang out with them after work or?
Once in a blue moon we'll all go for sushi or something, but not really.
Who are those people?
Oh my gosh.
Your closest.
I would say the closest. I would say would be my friend Elise.
Elise?
How do you spell that?
E-L-I-S-E.
Okay.
Faye, but it's hard for us to get together sometimes. And mostly I just see people at the gym. It's kind of hard for them to.
I guess something, really, I think it's people that have been in the house, because that's the people that, like, my friend Jim, goes over the house, and then
then Jim can tell the barber inadvertently, and then the guy was like, oh, that's not
Nice.
So people, I guess, to keep it real simple, people in the house.
Faye, I don't think has any at the end, but I don't.
She's not been in the house?
She's been here.
Oh, she's
Oh,
been.
yeah.
And Elise in the house?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Oh gosh, I think Paula has been here.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to remember now before and after because I had a whole bunch of people in it after too.
Mostly before.
I used to have a trainer, but I mean he's not really a friend, he's a gym person. But he was last time he was here was 2 years ago.
Who was that?
I think his name was Matthew.
Did he train you here at the house?
He came once or twice and trained me and Jessica here in the family room.
Oh, he was a twice.
Yeah, I've only been here once or twice.
And was he through LA Fitness?
Yes.
Oh, he was.
Oh, yeah, well, from what we
Trust them not to come to your house.
Yes, yes. We have our lead coordinator, racquetball. But he's never really actually, I don't think he's ever really been here.
Who's that?
In over 2 years, maybe. His name is Rob.
Matthew. What's Matthew's last name? Because
I don't remember. It might be, oh my gosh, I have to go look on the Yelp thing. I think it's Nurse, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Matthew Nurse?
Yeah.
And you, like a nurse?
No, that's his last name.
Oh.
I think.
Well, his last name is Nurse.
And then Rob, what's Rob?
I think it's Baker. I have the lead coordinator's emails, and that's what it says. So.
He's the racquetball league coordinator?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so when you went to the racquetball league, then he'd be the coordinator?
Yes. He runs the leagues.
But he's been here 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah, it was a long time ago. But I go, we see him all the time at the gym. Great person, too. And so is Paula. And I think she's only been here once. But Sheila, she's my friend at the gym.
Sheila, okay. Has she been to the house?
She has been to the house, and I just don't know if it was after or before.
Okay, that's okay. You're not sure. So. And what's her last name?
I don't know.
Okay. And Lisa's last name? That rings a bell with you.
I have all the gym covered.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't remember really what.
Okay.
Like, I mean, they're my friends, but not like my, family friends. I mean, it's not like I really, know too much.
You ever do stuff with these people? Because I used to work, I became really friends with somebody at the gym, and we ended up hanging out with him. Do you ever hang out with any of these people?
Well,
Like,
we used to say we'd come out a few times for dinners or drinks. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it says people that are, and again, this is just one of the things that we look at, is, people that are in the house, or if you hang out, or, you can talk about things. Oh yeah, whatever, we got porch, or whatever it is. And again, it's not, I would say it's almost 100% of the time not the friends, but it's someone they tell.
And people who know your routine. Going to the gym. You go to the gym, you're there probably for a couple hours, I would think. When you go to the gym. Yeah. And that's an hour you're not here.
Yeah.
So that's kind of stuff I'm looking for.
And you still keep having all the gym friends that have issues since then?
No, and they've all been very supportive and coming and helping.
You keep in touch with all these people?
Yes.
You do?
Well, especially now, because last week, they convinced me to join back, and so I haven't joined the league yet, but I'm going to try to do that this summer.
Okay.
We've been out for dinner a couple times. They've come here. Yeah.
All right. And we always look at any of the houses.
Any of them, any of the... These people ever wander the house by themselves? If they ever came over? No, nothing like that. Okay.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Do you have any home services, like
Gardener, pool guy, anything that you got?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't get into the gardener and pool guy too much. Kelly, she was here that day, and I was concerned about these windows being open or shut, so I didn't use her.
So there's a pool,
probably a pool guy.
service?
Yes, I have pool.
And then
Marcos.
And you're dating lady, how many years?
4 years.
4 years, okay.
Because she was married.
And what's her name?
Oh, he is all her commission.
Rivera.
Delia Rivera.
Oh, okay.
The pool and the garden come every Wednesday.
They're both here on Wednesday?
Yes.
So, Wednesday.
Once a week?
Which will be stopping very shortly.
Okay.
More anymore. Our life is over. It's like we're done.
What about,
We start everything new.
What about Delia? Is she still on?
Delia is right now still on. She comes every 2 weeks.
She's every 2 weeks.
And she comes on Mondays.
Used to, she just comes every Thursdays.
But back then it was Monday.
Most Mondays,
Okay.
every second Monday.
Every second Monday. Key 2 weeks Mondays. Okay. Any other home services that you had at the time?
So, no, because these guys, you saw them on the video, they were pretty well disguised.
They were covered, but how do you drive away like that? Didn't they take anything off or they run away?
Well, unfortunately, when they saw them is when they were on foot.
Not driving away.
When they're in the car.
Okay, so based off my conversation with the professional plan, right? Again, this is for routines and tasks. You went to the gym that morning, and what I would like you to do, if you would, to the best of your recollection, that day, and I know the professional has the times from the video pool. So I'm not concerned about the times you're at that, but here's your house, here's Wells, and what like that. Did you just put like a few little arrows on the main streets that you took to LA Fitness that day?
Oh, I go this way, and up here, and then here. We go this way, all the way
All right.
to here.
Okay, and then what about the house? What, do you take Wells, or do you take these?
I always take Winnetka, unless I'm coming from this way, then I always come up Oakdale. But usually we go down Winnetka.
But do you take Oakdale to Wells? You take Oakdale, obviously. You turn left on Wells?
Yes.
And then go straight down to Winnetka?
Yes.
Okay.
So I usually go this way. I can't, I don't remember now if I came this way, but these are the only 2 streets we use.
Okay, so as far as you remember, let's put the arrows.
Yes.
You went that way, and then right on Winnetka, correct?
Yeah. Normally the way it's what I usually do.
And then down to the gym. Okay. And then when you came home that day, do you know if you remember you went the same
We
way?
probably come home the same way, but I also went to Ralph's.
Okay, I have that for later.
Oh.
So I think you would.
Back to the house after the gym.
Oh yeah, we had lunch together.
Right, so he's trying to get...
So that day you went straight to the gym, any stops along the way?
No.
And then when you came home, any stops along the way?
No.
So if I'm correct, you came back as far as you remember the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, maybe Jessica will remember, but that's the way we come home. Why do you think? Do you think someone followed?
Well, that's one of the
exactly what we're trying to figure out.
But us? Me? Or him?
Well, what they look for, at least in
They'll sit outside the house and they'll see you leave.
they look for patterns.
They might not even have known who was here. They were looking for people leaving the house.
So they do it. The reason I ask all these things is what we've gathered is basically through social media or through phones, which they can find online, through knocking and solicitations, through actually following you, and these crews can follow you and guess what? They're at the gym. Good to go. You know, that kind of thing.
Good, that was the morning.
I know, I'm just giving you an example. Exactly. And so what we do,
Now, do you think that these people watch you for like weeks and weeks? Or like...
It could be a week. Typically it's, we'll find it's in that time frame, probably 2 to 3 weeks then.
Because there's a lot of money. They're getting a lot of a lot of money, so they're very patient.
So here's the LA Fitness, here's the entrance. And do you remember where you parked that day? You have no idea, did you park in this
I
spot?
always park here, so we don't know, but somewhere here. And I go home from here.
How do you come into the parking lot?
From here.
That's how you come in?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I draw a line, so this is pretty much how you come in.
Yeah.
And then you park
Here in the front.
Is there a favorite place you usually park, or is it just
No,
wherever?
whatever's open.
Okay, so somewhere, if I do a circle somewhere,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's where you park. Right, and that's, so that's what's up to that. So again, and I know you're not looking over your shoulder all the time, but do you remember anything that day, because you were with Jessica, anyone like, wow, this guy's really following me a lot, or posting, or when you parked either now from the gym, do you remember anything that was like, wow, this is this guy looking at me, anything like that?
I wish I did. I don't remember. I mean, why would I look over my shoulder?
Yeah.
No, I understand that, and that's the typical answer.
A lot of times when we ask these questions, people are like, oh, well, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
A lot of times people remember stuff.
Sometimes actually when time's in class, it's better to do this because more time's going by, you'll get them more clear. And if anything ever pops up, just because a lot of time they go by to, unfortunately, to capture these guys, can you just initial this to these? Just sign it as initial or whatever. And what's the date today?
Today's the 18th.
Yeah, just put the date.
The reason we do this is because this all becomes evidence when we catch them.
Yeah.
And especially if we interview them and we say, oh yeah, we followed the homeowner, and then they're not, boom, there you go, it matches up for you.
Yeah. So they can say, oh, I made this up, that this is something that you spoke about and you confirmed. Okay, and then what I'm saying, just one more, we're almost done. Thank you. This can be very helpful for us, so it's why we take the time to do it. And then after the gym, you came back, and I think you said you had lunch and stuff. And then you went to a Target in Rocks.
Yeah.
So again, if you could, in black, with the little arrows, if you could tell me the best of your knowledge, the way that you went there to, I think it was Target first?
I think so. I know I went to both. I just don't know which one I went to first, but I would go this way, down here this way, to Winnetka. I always go that way. When I'm going that way, I take Winnetka. When I'm going that way, I take Oakdale.
Okay.
So I, came up here.
I think when we spoke earlier, you said that she went to Target first.
What is Target?
I was Target first because you got food at Ralph's, right?
I got wine and tomatoes, and I remember that because it was on the counter.
After you got the wine and tomatoes, do you remember going to Ralph's after that, or Target, or did you go home?
I don't remember.
Typically, when I go shopping,
I would go here first.
Yeah,
and go
typically
here
when I
and
do,
go home.
because I have the refrigerated stuff or whatever.
So just for all mining,
Yeah, just
we need to introduce that to something later.
yeah. So just go a couple hours to your turns to the Target.
Yeah, I went to go this way, and I would go by Ventura.
Okay.
Then to get here. And then way back to my. But when I leave Ralph's, I go Quaker Town. And I turn on Santa Rita and I go up Penfield and I come home. Usually when I leave the back of Ralph's and I.
Can you do that in red with little arrows, or you can make the lines like you the way you
So
normally
if this is Ralph's, and I would come up here and turn here and go up Penfield. And I usually turn here and then I go home.
Okay, so it's probably that's the way that works. And then when you okay, that's fine. You do it fine. That's fine. And then this is the gym. This is the Target parking lot. This is the Target parking lot. To the big Target. And I just put this for reference. This is I think the Payless shoe store right here.
Okay.
So if you could just show us how you pulled in and where you parked that thing.
Oh gosh, I don't remember where it was. Here somewhere.
Just do the lines.
I know that I came in through this way.
Okay, and then which way? Just do the lines to which way you went.
over this way, so drive by the front.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know where it parks, somewhere here.
Okay, circumscribe into the circle area where you park. Okay,
I'm assuming up that.
that's fine. So that's the best of your works.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then, yeah, then I come home that way too.
Okay, and then we'll do the routes and then so routes, here's Ventura, here's Winnetka. And I think according to this, it looks like it's going to be out the back or something?
Yeah, so wait a minute.
So
the back door, and I always park here. Always park the back door straight.
okay.
So I come out like this.
You do that in red if you want. It's easier for me to remember
So I come out this way. Quicker time.
And then you go up there. And then when you came in, I think you remember.
If I came from Target, I'm going to have to come from here.
Okay.
If I came that way.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. That's where you always go.
Yeah, like, I don't see any other different, why we go a different way.
Okay. So now, again, take it back to that day. So, I know this is the best of my question. Do you remember, let's just assume that you went here first, just because it makes sense. That's how what I do too. I didn't do my first few stuff last. So you pull in, do you remember any interactions with anyone in the parking lot that day? Did anyone try to solicit you? Did you see anyone unusual? Did anyone stop and talk to you or anything like that you remember?
I can't remember. I don't think so. Unless there's people at the doors who sometimes they sell things, but I don't.
But I mean, even in the cars you're parking. You've seen friends, hey, so-and-so, or did you bump into anyone that you knew, or is there...
Well, I always bump into people I know when I'm in the store, so I don't remember now, but...
Well, I mean, in the parking lot. As far as you know, as far as you remember, it was just in and park, or... Because sometimes we'll do interactions with people to identify that that's the person in the car. So was there anything like any interaction that you would call?
You didn't know that ticked off the parking situation, or... like an idiot, anything like that.
Okay. Now, when you went into the store and shopped, again, anything unusual, anyone following, it's like, well, this is weird, this person's looking at me. It could be male or female. During your whole interaction in here and when you left.
Why would I think that?
You know, and that's fine, don't get frustrated, because typically it's like my friend said, it's things that stand out. It's like, well, now that you mentioned it, I remember. So, I mean, if you ask me, I wouldn't know either. But if I remembered something unusual, I would know. But if nothing sticks out, then nothing sticks out. Okay, did you get any and no solicitations and no phone calls or anything, anyone saying, that was unusual like that during these times?
Of course, our charge was Isabella. And I don't know if it was at Target or Ralph, but she was picking up her glasses at the eye doctor. That's all I can remember.
There's no weird phone
ever
calls.
happening just before this. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No one put you on social media on the phone or anything? Okay.
I only have Instagram. I don't have anything else.
Okay, yeah. It would be good because Facebook, when we found, is more of a problem thing where they'll actually contact you and confirm, that you're where you're at. And so you didn't have any media activity on the phone that you normally. Okay. And then how about routes? Do you know? I assume you probably went back to us and you parked there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Same thing. Anything stick out? Okay. All right. If you could just initial the bottoms of each of these. Thank you for taking the time to do it.
18. This one too.
Yeah. All age.
Have you interviewed anybody at work? Anybody at his school?
I have talked to a couple of people.
Nothing. His Facebook?
No, that's what I was basically. Again, everyone has said that he didn't have any worse people, and
certainly if this avenue does not pan out so far, I think we have some good leads, but who knows how it's going to go. It's been several months yet, a lot of progress, but again, obviously, we haven't met anybody.
Not even for other burglars?
Oh yeah, no, and they have.
Oh yeah, we're gonna show you some stuff right now.
All the stuff that we went over today with you is information that we've been learning, and this is why this should be helpful for us.
These guys know every burglary in the valley, but a lot of things they're doing, they can't let me know some of the stuff they're doing, and so it's just can't discuss that. But obviously, if this ends up with dead ends, we're going to start revisiting some of the other, kind of the rights or the long shots on this thing. So, yeah, I did get the results back this week. It's all everything came back to Fabio so far. So we are going to submit another round, but again, like I started with the most likely, and kind of going from there. So we're kind of on the peripheral testing it.
Do you think you have a chance or a take that or do anything to your chance?
I don't think so. Well, we are gonna look at that for sure. So far, everything like I told you before, the car was nothing. All Fabio. Like you said, we've talked about this before. These guys knew what they were doing, and that's what they're finding out. These burglary rings are very sophisticated, and these guys, you saw them in the video, they were very careful not to. They obviously had done some research, right? Because of your big cameras here and the way they made their approach, and a lot of it's falling in with some of the stuff they're looking at. But
do you think they came here with intentions to take that car, or they just took the car?
You know what? I don't know. They didn't keep it, so my thought is that they just used it to get away.
My thought is that they came here to rip the place off, and Fabio happened to be home.
Yeah, I think
that's what my thought is.
Confronted them. I don't know if they chased them out on the patio. I don't know.
When he and his brother tried to move him, I told his small kid, he regarded that.
Right. So that tells me he was surprised, possibly, but. Again, usually these guys are not looking to get in a confrontation, but so I don't know exactly the sequence of the events. But
oftentimes they'll take the vehicle to carry all the stuff that they take from the house, but our guess is because of the confrontation that happened, they didn't.
No, but they did the DVR.
They didn't take near as much as they were doing. Well, just take a look at these, if you would, and just let me know if any of this jewelry is yours.
I do have pearls missing, but it's not that. I don't know if it's that.
Okay, just whatever you see there, say awesome big figure, just put a circle around it, and then we can have better photographs.
nothing else there.
Something like this chain.
Just put a little red dot or an arrow pointing to that chain because it's a dark picture.
This one.
The one on the left there?
Right here, the one.
Okay.
I see what you're
kind of pattern.
Just a pretty one.
Some of the pictures are far like that, but if you see something that looks real likely, then we can always get attempt to get better photographs.
like this?
Well, if it looks interesting, just put a little red arrow pointing to it, and then we can take a look when we look at files to see if it's part of the same match.
How would you mention anything that's in
No.
Just put something on it. Anything you circle, if you know for sure, that's one thing. Anything you circle, we'll look into and see if it's possible. So.
Maybe diamond stars, but you can't.
Okay, circle. I'll maybe just do it. It's
What's
okay.
the diamond star?
Like I said, we can look into.
They were tiny. It's smaller.
Yeah, it's hard to tell on the scale here.
Oh my gosh.
If it's something that just jumps out, then circle it. I apologize for the photographs. If there's something, there's so many things. But we can certainly, if it's something that's possible, we can try and get a more individual picture of that item. But we may find that it was already returned to its rightful owner too, so, but we'll let you know. If you press on the chain again, just put an arrow next to it there. I know chains are hard, a lot of things in the terrain. So.
This is what the band wash looks like. That's not the face. The face was bigger than that. But this is what the strap looks like on that.
Did you just run outside band looks like that?
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Oh, this is your same band.
Yeah, same band. Just
But this doesn't look like that face.
Okay, same band, but different watch.
Okay.
Oh, silver. Is that a loopy ring? Silver loops.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you right now, but I'll soon find out. Maybe put an arrow to there so I don't miss that. So, yeah. Were there any markings on any of your jewelry, like initials or anything like that?
On what I think they took? No.
What about the watch?
His Rolex, the only thing that was engraved, and he was wearing that. Do you know what they look like?
Well, the majority of them are, but we're finding that there's different. So we're not just focused on that. Okay. So one of the things that, in case you're around things, the one thing we've done that was kind of interesting, my partner and I working with is typically the cards are taken. We believe that the taken to carry out the property work. But typically the cars are dumped down in South Los Angeles most of the time, not all the time. And your husband's car was left up in the valley. So that just leads us to believe that it could be this crew, which is a large crew. But it also could be what we call like a copycat. People watch news and they see the flips. So which makes our job harder. but it does.
You said was on video, right? Video?
No, from what I say, it was nighttime video, not the So, but we're just saying that we focus on this and really there's been a lot of work done on that. But there's also finding that there's some potential copycats because people here are watching this. Hey, this works. This is a good thing that works. So we could be dealing with potentially copycats, and that's why we asked about all the friends and that kind of thing, because we just never know where the information would have came from. Like for example, when you left a route, you said you go to routes pretty much every day. Okay. Is it the same time every day? Like when you went to Target House, was that a scheduled thing, or was that the last moment for?
I think it was the last minute because I think we're deciding to go out for dinner, and then we said, "Oh, we'll just make dinner." I said, "Okay, let's go pick up stuff that I need." But I go all the time. Could be in the morning, could be in the afternoon, could be on the way home from getting Bella, could be whatever.
Now, when you do things like that, let's say because he worked at home that day, and I know from my ex-wife, was at dinner one day, and I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, I'm Facebooking them at dinner." Did Fabio say like, "Hey, Monica's out shopping right now"?
I don't think so. But he goes Instagram all the time, and my girls can go on his Facebook because I don't have it, and you can see everything that he puts on there. I don't think he would have done that unless he was inviting someone over for dinner. He always does home.
But I guess on the same thing with that, when somebody who knows somebody would be home then. But we're just looking for patterns and stuff like that. So it wasn't a typical. This is not my Monday morning Target or out shopping.
No. And how did the tour? Do you think they followed him?
Right, and I think he said his
You're saying he didn't go to work at all that day?
No.
Yeah.
Not that day. I was just saying. Right. I mean.
Do you know the route that he was taking to work?
Yeah, he went to Winnetka, Oxnard, DeSoto, or Wells, DeSoto.
To the freeway.
No,
because he was running to DeSoto, and he told me to. Where did he work? In here in the valley?
Yeah, just down. So close.
You familiar with any checkers at the routes that you go all the time? Do you share? Did they ever come over your house? Did they ever talk about?
No. I mean, they know me.
Do you ever show your ID when you use your ATM card that has your address on it or anything like that? So any checkers? And
no.
They didn't look like they, just.
Yeah.
So the gates were always left open.
Sometimes you keep them closed. Okay. And then you keep that car in the garage now? Because I think you said the Porsche used to be in the garage.
I keep my car in the garage now.
Did you take a look at the garage?
I just wanted to ask you, you covered this that night, the crisis response people came out that night over at the Checkers house.
Yeah.
And I know you had friends and family here pretty soon after. Is there anything else that and we've talked for the last few months off and on. Do you guys need any kind of counseling service or anything like that? You guys, the girls, they doing okay with this whole thing?
Jessica doesn't want any, Isabella's been twice and she's doesn't want to go anymore.
She's been to
counseling.
Is the one referred by the crisis response people?
No,
or?
this is through our medical, which is going to run out the next month. So I will find medical insurance for us now, but she went twice and she doesn't want to go anymore.
Have you gone at all? Just feeling it. I know your mom's here. Is your sister here too? Or?
My sister-in-law will be here Saturday. Monday is a very big event. They're doing a huge tribute to Fab, and everyone's flying in from all over to come to this tribute.
When is that, Monday?
Monday.
Do you have
At work here?
Do you have anybody coming and staying here? Any of your family coming and
Just
staying?
my mom and my sister-in-law, his sister.
Okay.
His sister is
Morella. She's
Your
the
sister is Anna.
my sister now.
Okay. All right. Well, if you decide, you need some type of, thing through the city or something like that, you can arrange stuff through the city. I know last time thought that on Monday you were kind of at your wit's end, it seems. So
I'm
I just
so
want to make
angry.
sure. Huh?
I'm so angry. I can't. So much time has passed. It's possible. It's possible.
Well, believe me, we would love to get this thing done as quick as we can.
Can you
Because
tell me why you can't rule out my children as suspects? Can you tell me that?
I can pretty much rule you guys out myself.
They said they called you a few days ago and haven't heard back. And I don't care about the money. I don't care. I just care about them. They shouldn't be ruled out.
Yeah, well, like I said, I know, and I told them, I said, we know where you were with this thing. We know your girls were during this thing. But they won't let me, my department won't let us say 100% family had nothing to do with it. You know, until we make some progress, until we identify who it is. I did talk to insurance this week, and I asked them about that. You mentioned Fabio being ruled out as an aggressor, and I clarified that with them, that he was not an aggressor. But my boss, my department won't let me say, 100% had nothing to do with it, and so. But I talked to.
What are we gonna do? What do we do?
I know.
What do we do? Wait? How long do we wait? This takes months.
So, well, it could. So I asked her about that also. I said, at some point, can you guys pay out? Because what if this doesn't, what if we never arrest anybody? What if God forbid? And she mentioned, well, at the 1 year mark, we will take another look at it, and a lot of times they will pay out. So at the 1 year mark, if we haven't gone any further, on this, then the chances are that they'll pay it out. So, I mean, obviously, to be perfectly honest with you, Monica, this is kind of where we're headed. I have my fingers in a few other things. And really, if it's not the verbiage, then it's probably work, friends, and family. Okay? And we haven't delved too deep into any of those issues. I know we've talked about.
You can start looking.
Okay. Well, that's one of those things that we have ventured into a little bit, but again, there's a lot of, it's going to take a lot of records and additional reviews to get a little bit deeper. But from what I've seen so far, I don't see those avenues really going anywhere. But we'll have to look into it even deeper if this ends up. Right now, this is the most promising. And Monica, does everyone have the same phone numbers? You and Jessica and okay. Because at some point they're talking about people making phone calls and stuff. Would you be able to? And this is again this kind of shot in the dark. Starting down these other avenues and maybe it's connected to something like that. Do you have access to your phone bills online or anything like that?
Sure.
Can you pull up whatever covers our January 23rd? The bill before and the bill, whatever bill covers that, and then we can.
All of ours? All of
They're all on
Probably all right.
right? Or
That's all my accounts.
Verizon or AT&T. So if you give me those bills and I can see all the info, I was like, I had to do a search warrant on Fabio's phone, so I have all his records. I've gone through those, number by number. Nothing is ringing the bell. Maybe you can look at your numbers because again, your routine, Jessica's routine, they may weigh into it, and a lot of these guys take phone calls and stuff. So if you give me those, whatever phone bills are going to be around that day, give me a copy of that. You can either email it or I come by pick them up.
Like the month of January, from the beginning of January to the 28th.
Yeah, I think it always goes 9 to 9, so December 9 to January 9.
January 9th.
February 9, probably that's the one that we received.
February 9.
There's like one of their phone calls that if it's any of the numbers that we have, then we can run it through.
And then, if that's something that we want to continue to, we can bring by and we can account for all the phone numbers. And any ones that you're like, I don't know what that phone number is, we can start tracking that down.
Yeah. So if we can just take a look at with DVRs and then we'll just speed up that ladder and see if we can get to make our camera.
Well, I'm going to show you guys also here. Well, this is, I
hall, like two very different.
Yeah, those we tested. And then
The pillowcase that you took too, and stuff, and told me what
here, we had a bottle of vinegar right here. We got a bottle of vinegar and nothing good on the picture. These guys are using vinegar.
This is all has fingerprints.
Yeah, all this was printed, and the bottle was right there. So I don't know if vinegar's come up on any years. Of course, I don't know how much you guys have had, but a lot of things, you know, soap and liquid and stuff.
Usually the bleach.
Bleach
usually is what we call it.
For here, there's vinegar.
Yeah.
So this is that one before?
Yeah.
Is this one? Oh, we're fine, thank you. Yeah, we're good, thank you.
Okay, so where was the...
Here.
Oh, here.
That was in the kitchen.
And again, you had paperwork on top of there.
Yeah,
That wasn't the article.
no, it's the chase bag of the food,
DVR was there.
The DVR was right on top, the wires were just all this thing.
Yeah.
I told you guys about the
Yeah. Was all the power going to the house? They all?
It's from the kitchen and the lights outside were all on.
All the power was off just to the kitchen and where? And
Outside. Lights outside. Well, when we came home the next morning, it was all off.
okay.
We never turned it back on after we closed. Garage was up.
So there was no electricity in here, so the garage door was probably manual.
I think they turned the electricity off and then they had to manually on it.
Yeah, I had my neighbor come and fix the chain.
No, I don't think it changed the...
What
was it off track or something?
Yeah, this wouldn't work anymore. So they came and, fixed it.
Oh.
So I could close the garage.
I think what they did is they pulled this, it disconnects it. So what he was done is...
Yeah.
I think there's a ladder over there. It's an orange ladder. Do you want me to open the door and then you can...
You don't mind. And then also you just... Once the demo, and then it puts in bed first. You need a ladder for this thing?
So this is the new one with the door? Oh, great.
Yeah.
So this is the same kind of envelope?
What's that? Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty low. You're talking about that one, right?
Yeah, this is the... Yeah, I need the ladder. I need the ladder. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to see if there's rain in the back of the... Yeah. Yeah, I think there's one like that.
Oh.
Here. Is that a new one?
But you don't think this is the same brand as your DVR, or no? Don't know.
That's what I'm going to see. Make sure.
And then the bedspread is going to get a photo of just the pattern of the bedspread.
Yeah, it matches the pillowcase, right?
You want me to take it and send it to you, or you want to take it with your phone?
I can execute my
Oh, make sure you get right. No.
Does it turn around, right?
Oh, probably need to turn it.
Well, it's not on right now, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, when you get your new DVR, they can, no.
Coming into the bedroom now. Unlocked door. So typical. We're finding that all of these burglaries are coming in through unlocked doors.
I think that was it's going to get unlocked.
That's what I'm saying. Going through the bedroom, unlocked door.
What they do works. They knock. Don't get an answer.
And they probably knocked, or probably did knock, and probably had the TV on, or on the phone.
He was
hear him.
He's probably outside.
Or he's outside.
They don't hear anything. You go around the back, and generally there's always
I
something.
could hear his TV from the street. He knew he was there. That's what we want
You
to
didn't know
know.
how many work people had issues with them? No one.
Not that I know of.
I talked to his like next door neighbor, another guy he worked with a lot. I forget his name offhand, but he was with Bob all the time. He's like, no, the dude didn't have anything in the world. Hard to earn, talked to him quite a bit.
How about tonight?
His last name?
Ferrari.
I don't think so.
Because they're all his close friends, so if they know, if they want to know anything, like something about that.
Yeah, they give me some, off the wall things that haven't panned out. One of them's got a cigar or a cigar shop. That's in the back. But,
That was this one here.
Yeah. So that didn't get feasible from what I was doing on that. But someone that would want to come in and do this. If he was targeted, which we don't think he was, but if he was, it's a pretty big deal to take someone else. There's got to be a big financial gain, or
That's what I'm saying. Who would gain? Who would gain from this?
Yeah, or huge payback. Like you really did something wrong, and they're coming back at them. And nothing like that is keeping them.
Everybody loves that.
That's what everyone said. That's why that kind of stuff's on the back burner, because no one knew anything.
But try to look at the obvious stuff first, and because a lot of times the obvious thing is the obvious thing. It appears to be an interruption burglary. So we need to really stay focused on that first.
I'm open to any you come across, any of the work, and you go to the work thing,
Why did you come? Why did you guys come there?
Well, I don't know what good it's going to do. Someone's going to want to come forward and be seen and give me information.
When is that? That's Monday, you said?
Yeah.
What time?
4 to 8.
4 to 8. Okay, 4 to 8.
You're welcome to give anyone my phone number and name, and you can call me confidentially. A lot of times people are comfortable with keeping this confidential. So please, if you want to just hand out anything with my name on or whatever, that's fine. You can give my info, they leave a message on the phone, whatever you want to do. I can leave them somewhere. And if this doesn't pan out, again, this is kind of what we're hoping for. They got some good stuff, stuff we can't even talk about right now. But if it gets to that point, that certainly reward is an option. So that would possibly come forward and delve into some other avenues. So.
I'm sure there are people out there
Someone's
that will come up for $1 and say something.
Someone's got it. So we'll cross that bridge when it looks like nothing else is going to work. That's kind of what we do. When we get a city council reward, we have to account for what we've done so far and exhausted everything. So I've done quite a few of them. So not quite there, and a few more weeks, hopefully we'll have something back. Assuming another round of testing, probably another 10, 15 things. They let us do a certain amount of time, so we started with the most important ones, and we're going to get another round, and sometimes we get lucky.
Did we get everything?
I'm getting so angry. I'm going to everybody. Where do I go? Who do I talk to? Which department? Where do I go? All the way to the mayor? Who am I going to tell or ask to rule out his children?
Well, his children are not. That's not the issue. The issue is just they want to know we have somebody. Because we don't know.
What if you don't? What are you going to do?
If we don't, I'll probably pay out.
I don't want them to even hear that they are not ruled out. So I don't want them to know this.
To me, you and your children are ruled out. Absolutely. But again, my boss won't let me give that determination. That's going to have to come through him, and he's got to get approval from
Do I have to talk to him? Who do I do?
Well, let us get a few more weeks on this. If they'll let us call the company down, but again, they're looking for 100%, no way, no how, anyone involved in them is involved.
Of course.
In my mind, you guys are 100% ruled out. But can 100% say? I don't know. We still have to. If this doesn't pan out, we're going to have to come back to stuff more close to home. Like I said, friends, family, and work. Start looking at that. So we're going to have to revisit that, and then maybe that will take us. I'm hoping this will take us to where we want to be, and we can clear that up, and you can, get the insurance money and be able to,
the transcripts. And upon that, we're going to take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The evidence still applies. See you back here. People may continue. Record in versus Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and alternates are present. Detective Gable, you're still under oath. People may continue.
Is 171. It's a 6-page document. The cover page is it's various maps showing routes drawn on them. It's entitled, the first page is entitled Defendant Sementilli's Route to LA Fitness. Thank you. Detective Gable, when you're during the interview, first of all, the interview that you just heard, is that the interview that took place then on May 18th, 2017 at the Sementilli residence with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. While you were on that interview, you were going through different routes. There's a part of the interview where you asked her about the routes that she took. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you show her some documents then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. People's 171, page 1. Is this an example of what you showed the defendant while you were asking her the route that she took to LA Fitness?
Yes, that's it.
And that would be the route she took the morning of January 23rd, 2017?
Correct.
Okay. Did she mark on this particular map, or did you mark on it at her direction?
I believe she did this one.
Okay. So, if you could just point out the markings then.
This is Monica Sementilli's house, and she did black arrows to depict her route to the LA Fitness, and then she did red arrows to depict her route back from LA Fitness back to her house. And she initialed her and gave it.
And then page 2, did you show her this aerial map then of the LA Fitness?
Yes.
And then did she circle an area in relation to where you asked her where she parked?
After just listening to the audio, I believe I did this as I was talking to her, and I did the circle while I was talking to her.
And when you said I did this, you...
Go
ahead.
I did the circle in the parking lot to the area she parked, and the arrows where she turned in from, I think that's Victory Boulevard, is it? Can't read it.
And
from
Victor Boulevard. Pages 1 and 2, is that consistent then with the other evidence you had on her route into LA Fitness that day?
Yes.
Turning to page 3, light copy then. Did you show this particular map with an indication of a route and a target?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your interaction with her for this particular photo, page 3?
She drew the arrows to the best of her recollection. In black, her routes taking her to Target store. I'm sorry. And red arrows depicting her route she took back through the routes and then back to the house.
Have you driven the route from her house to, let's start with the Target store?
I have, but I have.
Wait, you're going to say something?
I was anticipating the question. So.
Okay. And about, what's that distance?
I remember Googling it. I believe it was 4 miles to Target and 1.1 miles to the house. Something like that.
That's page 3. And then page 4, can you describe then what's depicted on page 4?
Yes, this is the front store. This is the front doors. This is the Payless shoes that I use as reference for her. This is Victory Boulevard. These are the arrows that she made coming into the parking lot, and then the circles she gave for the general area that she parked.
When you said Victory, is that Ventura Boulevard?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ventura Boulevard. My eyes are.
That's okay.
It's in the distance where it's too far for my glasses, but it's in that weird zone.
So she drew the arrows from Ventura Boulevard into the Target parking lot, and then did she indicate what direction she went?
She just said she went this way.
And that's to the right then?
To the right, over to where she parked.
And then who circled that area, you or her?
She circled that.
Okay, now, did that conflict then with what she had told you, or what you knew from the video that you had already viewed prior to having this interview with her?
I'm going to take that compound, Your Honor.
That's all. It did not match the video surveillance that I viewed.
How so?
In video surveillance, her pickup truck turned right from Ventura, except it turned left here, as you can see, and then went this way, and this is where an individual got into her car.
And when you said this way, you're pointing to the left. After you enter into the parking lot, you moved your pointer to the left.
Yes, she went to the left as opposed to the right, as she indicated. And after she turned left, right around the Payless shoe store is where an individual got in the car.
You testified earlier that one of your objectives in conducting this interview and using it also as a ruse to see if she would tell you about meeting anyone at the Target, and then what was the result of that?
Yes, yeah, that was, I wanted to give her the opportunity to tell me what that interaction with that person was all about. And, I'm thinking the mindset of, if this...
I'm going to object to that.
What's his name?
Without getting into a mindset, was there a reason why?
Yeah, my goal was to...
I'm going to object also to his goal.
No, he explained this earlier. I allow this to go over.
What my thought was going into it was to see what her answer would be. To see whether she was being honest or not.
Sorry.
What's his name?
Did you ever tell her during your interview in May that you had viewed video surveillance of her entering this Target parking lot?
No.
After she told you a story that was different than what you'd have viewed on the Target parking lot surveillance video of People's 42, which you looked at earlier, did you ever tell her after the fact that that's not what you saw in the video and that conflicts with what she just told you?
No.
By the way, your interview with her on May 18th, when you're doing the walkthrough, is that a surreptitious recording, meaning you didn't tell her that you were recording this whole walkthrough and interview with her?
No.
So you didn't show her a recorder or tell her that she's being recorded?
No.
Did she ever change her story at any time in the investigation that while you were participating in it, that she actually met someone in this parking lot and someone got in her car, she parked in the back, any of that?
No.
How long did you stay on this case? What was your final time until the conclusion of your participation in investigating this case?
Be from early March 2017. I think till the end was perhaps sometime in 2019.
And then on page 4 of People's 171, let me sort of clear for a second. this map has a Rouse indicated on it, and what markings are depicted on that?
So on this map here, again, it's black line, black arrows from Monica showing her route to the target, and then there's red arrows returning back from the target and to the Rouse, and then after the Rouse, the red arrows depicting her route back to the house.
This particular map showing the streets as opposed to in the parking lot, is that consistent with the evidence that you had on the route that she traveled to the Rouse and to the target?
Yes.
And then finally, page 6. Again, is that the Rouse location?
Yes.
And what did you ask her in regards to Rouse?
This is her arrow in red coming back from the target and parking in this area that she circled in the back parking lot of the Rouse.
And it's real faint. There is a circle on the left side of the building entitled with the blue icon Rouse. So the parking lot, there's a faint black circle around part of the parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, after reviewing videos of the Rouse, or did you review those videos of the Rouse parking lot?
Yes.
And where she indicated she parked at the Rouse, was that consistent with what she drew on the map?
Yes.
So out of all the maps we showed you and she drew on, the only part that was inconsistent then was the part in the Target parking lot?
Correct.
During the interview also, if I may mark one. "11 pages, and it's photographs of jewelry, color copies. I may mark this as
172.
172. Again, during the interview on May 18th, 2017, you were showing her photographs of jewelry, asking her if she recognized any of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain again why you did that?
Yes. I did that because it just bolstered the ruse that we were in fact investigating burglaries.
And these photographs, I'll put on page 1 here.
All right, hang tight, chat. I'm not sure what happened, if they just cut off. I think they just kind of cut off. It's really weird. Yeah, I think they just kind of end it. Yeah. Yeah, it just sort of ends. Yep, I think they just end it. Yep. So they just end it. Yep. So I think it's weird. It just ends. It just ends and the feed just ends. I'm on, yeah, they just end it there. It's really weird. I'm not sure why it does that. But that's it. All right, so let me do a quick recap here before school is out for the night. So we basically just sat through about an hour and a half of the interview. It was May 18th, 2017 was the interview. She kind of talks about, let's see, they just do a walkthrough of the house. She talks about Matthew, the trainer, Rob, the racquetball trainer. They would just hang out. She says, when he asks about the parking lot, she said, he asked, did anyone talk to you? She says, I don't remember. Was the intention to take the car? This is her asking, and they think no, it was a getaway. And then it actually sounds like she was getting emotional. Then she gets angry. She's like, it's not fair. I should be ruled out. So that's the only time that she shows emotion, is when she is asking about this insurance money and getting ruled out as a suspect. But other than that, she's just not really showing emotion. Why is this taking months? She almost yells at them. And then detective says, what if we don't arrest anyone? At the 1 year mark, we'll take another look. If it's not work, it's friends or family, he says. So that's who they're looking at. And then Monica's like, where do I go? Do I talk to the mayor? How can you not rule out children? I don't want them to even hear that they're not ruled out. And then they talk about the route taken from Monica to and from LA Fitness. And that's about it. That's where they ended it for the day. Very strange. This trial is very, very strange. Yep. Lily Wayne, judge likely said, that's it. We're done for today. He does that. He's like, sorry to cut you off. We're taking a break. Sorry to cut you off. We're doing this. We're doing that. And Julie BME, cameraman can't do overtime. She is definitely tone deaf. Hola. Okay. Thank you. See you all at the next installment of The Real Housewives of LA. All right. Have a good night. Hey, so tomorrow, Zachary Hughes starts at 10:30, which would be 11, but we're going to go on at 10:15 just to show. I think we may have missed. I think they came back. I think we missed just a little bit, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes tops. So we're going to show that. And then if I found Mello's mugshot, we got his mugshot, so we'll show that tomorrow. And if he's supposed to be booked, I think today at 9, which is about another half hour. So if they show that, if that's streamed anywhere, we'll show that tomorrow as well. So hopefully you won't miss anything. If they show anything, we will show it tomorrow. So join us tomorrow, 10:15 Eastern, and we're going to pick up on Zachary Hughes. And then depending on what happens with that trial, we'll bounce back over to Monica Sementilli. But in any event, we'll pick back up on Monica at like 6 or so, and then we'll play the morning at least. So Irish Amy, yes, thank you to the kiddies. Love you guys and all your hard work. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. It was a long day. You guys, most of you I think were with us on and off. If not, we had a good day. So thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. OnlyFan, he's come back around. Julie, therapist, you've been here with us the whole time. Brat, I think you're still with us. Rachel, you've popped in and out. Hellcat, Widespread Panic. Thank you guys for joining us. We really appreciate it. Thank you, chat. And we will see you guys tomorrow, 10:15 Eastern. We're going to pick back up on Zachary Hughes. So Elizabeth G, good night. Ashley, good night. Hola, good night. Curviel, thank you. Ken, thank you guys. Gina, just goes to show you. Care Bear, thank you guys. Lily Wayne, all you guys, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.